Road break ground when I grow, I was kissed by a rose. When go a mile if they lace my souls, I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. More fire, I'm mine. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. More fire, I'm mine. More fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking jump. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my pain, made it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I can turn me up, I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight, let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. More fire, I'm mine. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm mad but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry sexual. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been in free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same look with a guy too smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. When go a mile if they lace my souls, I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. More fire, I'm mine. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm mine. More fire, I'm mine. More fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking jump. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my pain, made it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I can turn me up, I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight, let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a start.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fair. Every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝘏𝑝𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑑.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Irangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego fishing camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข่งนี้มีแบบเดียวอิรังเกลครับข้อ B
This was only in Irangel.
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอที่นั่นมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันทริกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam to the expendable. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami 𝘏𝑝𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑑 di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
บ๊ายบาย
Bye bye.
Bye.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐿-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐿-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐿-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Razak here with the shotgun around the side, and out! PGC champion!
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝘏𝑝𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑑.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Irangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego fishing camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข่งนี้มีแมปเดียว อีเลนเกลครับข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Irango.
Eranjang.
Triangle.
Taigo. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มีรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. There you go.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอที่นั่นมีรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันทริกรอนโดครับรอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the 𝘗𝘂 community who've shown their support for Team 𝘠𝑕𝑟𝑎 so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendable. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami 𝘏𝑪𝘒 di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐏𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐏𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐏𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐏𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! 𝘏𝑗𝑔𝐷𝑗𝑘 here with the shotgun around the side! PGC champion!
After a long 2 days back-to-back here in the play-ins of the PUBG Global Series APAC qualifiers, it's phase number 2. Here we are on the final hour. It is Championship Sunday, and you're joining me, Keith Alisio, together with Leonard YOLO Lee. Are you excited about this final day or what?
Oh, dude, I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic for this day as well, because it has been a long time coming as well. We have been hyping it up, especially getting ready to go towards that final stage. All of our 16 teams pretty much put in all the work from practically starting from Friday night all the way to this final Championship Sunday here as well. But of course, naturally, too, we are fine after 2 days of this whole run. We're finally getting a really more clearer picture of how the leaderboard is closely shaping up to see which is going to be the possible teams that's going to be moving forward towards that finals, right? Especially for our top 8. Sure, the top 5 looks pretty good for now. 7 and 6 to 8 here. Now that's going to be a question begging to see who, depending on how the team will perform here for the final day.
So in case you guys are not up to speed for the past 2 days and now going into the third here, we're all just trying to define who's the top 8 teams who's going to be qualifying into the next phase, into the game that really matters, that is going to be the final stage. But that does not mean the play-in doesn't matter, because out of the 16 that has been playing back-to-back, blood, sweat, and tears for the past 2 days, only half of them will make it through. And so far, based on the board itself, we see about, I guess, 4 of those teams pretty much secure themselves, air quotes per se, throughout their entire run. Looking forward towards the bottom 4 of the top 8, we do see some of these potential interchangeable teams right here. One of them being Team JFT, or Justice for Tomorrow, who just barely held their place within the top 8, and Windy Esports, who found themselves in top 4, now already down in the 9th place. But they, again, point differential, they're pretty much negligible, less than 5 points apart.
True, but it's also a little bit of a cause of concern, right? Especially for the side here for only 8th place is Justice. For day number 2. Day number 1 was really great. Sure, not as active compared to most of our teams, but they have been making it through real placements alone. Day 2, they haven't really managed to get even back to the top 5 placement ranking, as they have been a little bit more quieter than usual here. So with that being said, they have been dwindling in terms of the ranking, whereas teams is slowly skyrocketing up the ranking. Teams like TDT Esports, or even Armory Gaming. Also, at the same time, we have teams like Shadow Esports, who were previously in 14th place, also flying up the ladders here. Sure, not able to secure some of the cleanest of matches, but still find their bearings and slowly closing in the gaps to at least make it into the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, and the one thing about the realm of possibilities is that it's a realm that's slowly going smaller and smaller. I'm afraid for the rest of the teams. In case you guys also didn't know, here are the formats that you just saw earlier on. We're in the final day itself. That's going to conclude by the end of today, the full 18 matches that they've been given. Each of one of these teams been given to play their hearts out to then be within top 8 to move on to the final stage. Because why this matters? Because in the final stage is where you get a fighting chance to perhaps end up in the top 3 and secure an invite into the PGS 9 and 10, which is probably the last 2 big thing before the global championship that's happening towards the end of the year. So the teams that are participating, a lot of them represented from 2 of this enormous region of Thailand and Vietnam. We also have to give credit to some of the representatives that's coming in the rest of APAC, who's done fairly well for themselves. But right now, only one of those teams holds the hopes and dream from that region within the top 8, and that's going to be JFT, holding the number 8 spot right now.
It's not even just JFT as well, right? Even Team Flat, the point differential between them, JFT is also not too far behind here. So, and Windy Esports, who's currently in 9th place, who's literally just a 5-point differential for JFT, is also not too far behind to really catching up here. Shadow Esports, by the way, initially who was in the 30-point marker from yesterday, from during the beginning of day number 2 here, with all the efforts that they put into it, they finally broke through the 50-point marker here. So making it a little bit possible of a 10-point differential to actually overcome or at least catch up to JFT. However, it is still 6 more matches to go for this final day. But with that being said, just want a quick reminder, this is the total prize pool for this PGX Apex Qualifier Phase 2 2025. Although there is no prize pool for the play-ins, where the play-ins is going to be prioritizing only the top 8 to move forward. So this is primarily going to be only for the finals. Alongside the prize, naturally also going to be coming in the qualification, the top 3 qualification to go to play in PGS 9 and 10, and also a couple of PGC points to boot.
Yeah, that's it. Let's take a look at the point system that's been going on for the past 2 days. Again, a refresher on what that metrics might be. First place taken home at that 10 full points itself, and then going down in second, a huge drop off, only 6 points, a gradual one towards the third at 5 points, and then 4 and 3 respectively down the graph. So it's a initial heavy drop off to a slight taper here, which is more incentives on maintaining within the top 3 position, and at the very least, on a bare minimum, within the top 8 position itself, because any teams that finishes within a match in terms of placement 9th onwards, they get 0 of that point. Now, jumping back to the conversation of points here, the PGS points, PGS 9 and PGS 10, I believe, that we should be looking at here. But right now, we have 9 on the board. First place takes home 300 total points, which is why it is such a significant tournament to make sure that you've secured the qualifications into, because currently, as it stands within this APAC, the amount of points that you can get just from this series alone is very negligible. No one's even putting it as a factor, because one good run in the PGS series is enough to propel you up on the boards and in the running to make it for the end of the year PUBG Global Championship stage itself. Here are some of the teams over in the play-ins. On the final stage that will be happening sometime next week itself, these are the teams who's finished top 3 within their region, top 2 to top 3 for the strong regions or the more well-known regions such as Thailand and Vietnam, and the top 2 coming in from the rest of APAC here with 𝘉𝘂𝑟𝑒𝑔𝑜 and Happy Squad. So they've already secured themselves towards the final stage, can look forward towards qualifying further on forward, but the rest of the teams, the rest of the 16 within this lobby, will have to eliminate each other out by at least 50%. Only looking at the left-hand side here, that is the team that might potentially move on forward, and so that is going to be the name of the game.
Well, yeah, it's definitely the name of the game here for a lot of these guys as well, and like what we were stressing earlier on just now as well, where currently, yes, GFD taking that 8th spot here, but look at the point differential alongside with the 9th and 10th place. It's actually not too far behind. And not just GFD, even Windy Esports yesterday didn't really have the best of run so far. Actually, majority of the time here, they were constantly chasing that circle, especially phase 1, phase 2, most of the teams are within the circle itself here. But every time that circle shift, Windy Esports is constantly forced to chase it down, relocate, reposition. GFT also doing practically the same thing, but most of the time is keeping their head down here, as they have actually one of the most highest travel distance and smoke usage here. A little bit more on a more passive play compared to yesterday. So hopefully today, especially since they're currently holding that 8th placeholder for themselves, this might be the time to go all in, to be a little bit more aggressive, to secure a couple of points for themselves here. If not, we might see teams who's going to be able to take that advantage and scale up the league. Something like what Shadow Esports has been doing, especially with their phenomenal run from yesterday's game. Although it was Iconic Esports, the one that secured chicken dinners from last night's game here. But Shadow Esports still managed to get the top 3 with a total of 18 points. That's actually pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're going to talk about underdogs that's flipped the table for themselves, it has to be TDT, right? They've come in really weak in day number 1, looking like they might not even make the final cut here, but comes in day number 2, actually towards the end of day number 1. They have one good match, and then day number 2, back to back, phenomenal games from them. Decent amount of kills, and I believe at one point they did get a couple of chicken dinners for themselves. Could be wrong. There might be another team that were a little bit hazy towards here, but TDT overall on the scoreboard doing pretty well for themselves right now. They don't even look like they're in a threat for elimination anymore, and they've even created a buffer so decently for themselves. but we'll have to see. One day can make the difference. We've seen how Windy Esports surviving in the top 4 throughout day 1, now in the elimination bracket. Here in day number 2, now comes to day number 3. Will they be able to twist their fate back around? Here are the matches that we will be going through today. The final 6 of the rotation, with a double Miramar first, going to Tego, then Rondo, and ending things off with what we call the comfort zone, a double Erangel finish.
Oh yeah, we haven't really been switching, we haven't really been reversing this map order at all for these past 3 days. Now, compared to like what we were experiencing back in Master Series, I believe it was pretty much the same during their Thailand Series Phase 2 and Vietnam Series Phase 2 as well here. So this tournament, what a way to end Championship Sunday with the 2 classic map of the Wrangle here. This is literally going to be that last 2 map, since it's very familiar for all of our 16 teams here, or at least the top 10 teams here. This is practically going to be like this final sprint as they really make their way to the secure as much points as possible here. However, this is going to be coming down to straight to the wire, right? Where this is where teams really putting the pedal to the metal, right? I'm not too concerned for the top 5 teams because they already put in the numbers. They already put in the work for these past 2 nights now. So, as I mentioned before, or even mentioned yesterday, they are given room for error. How many rooms forever they are given, because they know they are in a very good place. 90 points, and currently Buriram in first place, 129 points in total here. So yeah, they're in a really good spot here. TDT day 2, like you mentioned, I love that you actually brought them up as well. They really made a fantastic night 2 here. Dusha in night 1 had a little bit of a slow start towards the last match where they actually managed to secure second placing with a decent amount of kill points. But day 2, they were always, all 6 matches, majority of the time, or at least 4 out of 6 matches, they were always within that top 5 placing. Even the last 2 remaining matches, Erangels, they were still within the top 7 here. So they were pretty in a good place here. Shadow Esports also joining in. FW Esports, sure, they have their highlights here and there. Same goes for Team Flash, who was also able to find a second win to get back to that 8th place. They did lose it initially during match 2 and match 3, but somewhere around I believe it was match 9 or match 10, that's when they found their second win and got all the way back into that 7th place here. JFT and Windy Esports, naturally these 2 teams has a lot of work to really, a lot of ground to cover to really secure themselves towards that 8th place here. But then at the same time, we also see FW Esports and Shadow Esports also making massive headway to try to overcome. So if JFT and Windy Esports is not going to earn a substantial amount of points, or at least this last remaining 6 matches here, we might just see another quick shift and a possibly new team go into that 8th placing team.
Yeah, now let's talk about mentality, right? Who do you think is going to be impacted the most? In my opinion, based on the 2 days run itself, I think teams such as Savage Man, Aurora, the likes of Iconic, Ru Homie, they're not going to be as impacted as much as we thought they were going to be. Hear me out. Right?
All right.
When we look at Team Flash, when we look at Windy Esports, or any one of these teams who've already tasted the top 8 and then get pushed down, I think they're the ones who's like really impacted from yesterday's performance itself. Because they knew that they were so close and it was all for them to lose, and for them to actually find themselves dropping into what could be potentially elimination, or well, pretty much the end of the road. I think they're going to be kicking themselves in the foot. This day itself, day number 3, the final day, Championship Sunday, is the day we're going to see some of these teams turn into monsters, or, you know, pretty much bow out.
Well, I mean, kicking themselves in the foot, it felt like they also felt like they shot themselves in the foot, depending on the situation from yesterday's matches as well. Sure, there were other variables involved, right, where like how the circle shifted. We actually had some really interesting circle. Not necessarily good for the players. It was great for the viewers, but not so great for the players here, because it was a really rough gamble. Especially, I believe it was the map of Tego, where majority of the remaining teams had to decide whether is it going to be on the western island, across the bridge, or the eastern side. When they shifted to that eastern side, that's where we had this massive traffic of players, literally congested and duking it out on that bridge itself, for not just for control, but just to try to traverse safely over here. But there was also where Team Flash this is also that was also the location where Team Flash earned a substantial amount of kill points from themselves. They came out as the victor. Sure, they did limp into the circle here, but it was a much needed points for them to jump all the way back to that top 8. But with that being said, Keith, we're finally jumping into our first match of today here, our first Miramar on Championship Sunday in match 13 with a very fair flight path as well. Let's see whether the circle is going to be as fair for these guys.
A fair flight path is all you can hope for if you're one of those players within the lobby, but we all know a flight path is never an issue. It's the circle that comes right after. And after so many curveballs that was thrown yesterday to the players, admittedly, yesterday was a very, very hard game. There are some hard games with hard circles to play around from, which may have punished some of these teams. But in day 3, surely we're looking at a brand new day, hopefully a fair bit of grace from the circle of the gods, or the gods of the circle here. But right now, it's looking like a great start of the day. First Miramar match, flight path smack dab in the middle, everyone going to places they want to go, and JFT naturally finds their way out of conflict over towards the island down in south itself. Now, not many people have been there over in Partona.
It seems like they're going to be taking a little bit more of a safe on a more safer route, right? Less contested location by most of the teams as well. And the circle's also been pretty fair, although it is slightly shifted towards Death Valley. So there's a lot of mountainous areas for a lot of teams to deal with here as they try to gamble it, or at least try to gamble it out for some really good spots here. JFT, even from yesterday's game, they don't mind playing the edge plays here. Whereas sometimes you're trying to secure a really good position or trying to go play around the edges here. But this is Miramar now. First map here, it's it gets pretty tough to come into the circle pretty late. It can be quite unforgiving at times as well, depending on how the circle goes. And since it's currently based towards really tall and steep mountains and hills here to boot as well, it's going to be a tough time for a lot of teams to come in, which is why I'm not too surprised to see teams just quickly making their way in just to at least try to get a good spot. And naturally, teams is naturally banking on the fact that the circle will at least play in their favor for as long as possible here, or favor them favorably as they work this through here, because we are talking about the final 6 matches here as well, Keith.
Yeah, I do hope some of these teams don't take a different approach. I understand this could be like the final day. It is the final day. It's not even a could be. We know for a fact that today is going to be the final day itself. But teams tend to play a little bit more safe, understanding that it is the final run, and that mentality sometimes shifts towards protecting the egg instead of collecting them. And that may impede against the success formula that they've had for the past 2 days itself. So I'm curious to see how that one play out. JFT, you mentioned that they play at the side. Actually, most likely than not, they always go towards center circle. Mm-hmm. Right? I think one of the casters even pointed it out that they've had like the highest travel distance comparatively to all the other teams within the lobby, because they like to drop. Yeah, that Saga, shout out to him. Yeah, he'll be here on the desk or on screen sometime next week for the final stage itself. So do look forward to that one, but do look forward to more of these games right here. That's on screen, and as we talked about JFT, here they are on display.
Really taking their time with this. They know there's going to be not too much of a concern and rush about it. They have the vehicle to try to really loot things out really properly as well. Secure as much as those smokes, because Mirage really that kind of map where if you do end up coming in late, you just want to have enough smoke utility to really just cover your tracks here, as vehicles will come on a little bit of priority. Since you may not, if you're coming in late, and then this doesn't just apply to JFT, right? I think to any team as well, if they're coming in late into the circle here, you can't secure that compound for yourself here. It's most likely going to be an open area. If you're lucky enough, you can find a ditch where you protect your vehicle for a good while. And by the way, fantastic catch out between 𝐿 here to secure the first blood here. That goes banana 1. But this is the kind of thing where teams will try to go for this 1-1 set, right? Try to cover as many lands as much as possible. Try to get some really good intel in here. And 𝐿 with a decent amount of resources and ammunition here, he can actually sit here for a good while. They're not just covering across the land. also possibly try to pepper down on a couple of players. If you get a knock outside of the open field, that's going to be a kill conversion, and that's of course naturally a tremendous job to get a kill within the phase 1 circle naturally. And it also forces the team to limp into the next phase, not at full strength too.
Yeah, you want to always be at a full strength, especially just phase 1. We've seen how yesterday so many teams that lose members too early just cannot seem to play the end of the game. I believe 𝐴𝐻𝐿 was one of those teams initially. Not too sure. I remember there's a skirmish always happening between Windy and someone else within the mix. I guess we'll be reminded when similar situation happens once again. But that shot right there towards the wall, warning shot, I'm not too sure. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports 𝐏𝐿𝐒 was shooting towards one of the member of Iconic, who's had but one good game so far in 2 days itself. Can Iconic look to stand the test of time and maybe rise up the ranks? Their point differential is about 20 from potentially even just beginning the conversation of contesting that spot. So it's a far-fetched from them, but I guess the realm of possibility is still there, especially we're only in game number 1 here in the final day.
Oh, absolutely as well. I mean, Shadow Esports, they were, I believe there was, out of their 12 matches here in this tournament here, there was only 2 times, including last night's last match of the night, on night 2 as well. It's only when they actually got into that top 4. Naturally, the last match from last night was the one, of course, it's going to be their biggest highlight, where they had 12 kills here. But other than that as well, even though they weren't able to secure majority of their matches within the top 4 or top 5, but Keith, majority of those matches, they were still able to leave those rounds, not with 0 points, but with a couple of points for themselves. It may not be as significant as last night with 12 kills. It's still going to be something that enables them to really build up their revenue for today. Naturally, not just for Shadow Esports, Team Flash and the remaining team are slowly feeling the pressure, and then this is of course directed to the teams currently duking it out for that 8th spot, right? The teams that's currently positioned at the 7th to 11th place, Aurora probably in 12th as well, are slowly feeling the pressure. Night 2, day 1 probably, there's a little bit of that nerves feeling, right? Where you try to be accustomed to the entire lobby, the teams that's in the lobby. Night 2, that nerves is long gone. The teams are comfortable. The teams are currently back out of their drawing boards and back into the action here, kicking into gear. But day 3 is a little bit of a different story. Day 3, no nerves, except the fact that a little bit of a pressure for the team who was not able to have a solid performance from night 2. So this is all going to come down to the matter of, do we see a very aggressive team here today, Keith, or a super passive one where they try to be as safe as much as possible and only farm those points within that final circle as they secure better positioning later on?
I'd like to see them flip the script, right? For the top few teams, play it a little bit more safer, I guess. I mean, there's no reason for them to be all aggro. They can, again, like you mentioned, all the top few teams, they have allowance to drop a single game or not. But the teams that are 9th place or 7 and below, they've been playing passive the whole time, or at least their original game plan hasn't been working out for them. I'd like to see them try something new, because clearly what's significant or what's more apparent after the 2 days is that their current game plan was maybe not suited or fitted within this lobby. They need to flip the script and try something else. What's the worst that could happen? You don't qualify onto the final stage. At this point, you won't be either, so you might as well try something new.
I mean, yeah, of course, the cost of concern significantly increases, right? Like, especially if you're in night 2, the worst thing that could happen would be you didn't perform well. You're not going to be able to get a really good spot in the ranking. But now when we get to night 3, final night, there's no other nights after this. This is the final night. So literally the cause of concern suddenly skyrocket. The pressure skyrocket into the point where, okay, if I'm not securing enough points or a lot of points, if I'm not finding those really good matches, actually no, scratch that. Even if they're not having good matches, at least walk out with a really huge decent amount of points. 7 and 8 kills, that puts you in a really good spot as you slowly make their way through, especially for teams who has better performances or better merits on maps like 𝘓𝑪𝑎𝑛gle. That's when you actually try to go in for one last vigor of a push here to secure But with that being said, so far, a little bit more quieter than usual. We only had like 3 casualties in this side here. But at Circle Shift, still faring quite a decent amount of teams. However, that western side is pretty congested with a decent amount of teams at the same time. Wouldn't be surprised if I believe it was New House Esports taking that massive detour to a south side into the circle. Sure, you will be driving into uncharted territory, especially since you didn't come from the south side. You're not too sure which team is going to be there, but you might as well just have that resolve and just play around those edges.
Circle shift east, and I noticed something when we zoomed down onto the minimap quite earlier on. I think JFT, they're actually trying something new today, something more accustomed to them towards the Master Series itself. They're no longer trying to fight for the center part and try and occupying a compound so early. I guess they tried yesterday. They were successful in day 1. Day 2, they've always lost about like 2 members before they could reach center. This time around, they're playing by the edge, more reflective of what they do within Master Series, which could also means that they are going to take a little bit more aggressive confrontations. They're deciding that we're going to fight our way into circle rather than trying to move in early and take a comfortable point to hold off on. So this, I'm hoping we see some of that results reflecting from the Master Series itself on the side of JFT. If not, hey, I want to say it's part of the game anyway, but they are the only representative from the rest of APAC right now within the top 8. So they're gambling with it, but I'd rather you take risks than none.
No, I totally agree. Especially back in Master Series, they were more active in not just for position, but even for kills, right? Like they were walking pretty much out of each round with 7 and 8 kills. They were on a whole different. They had a very massive different stance from what we knew them from previous tournaments as well, which actually gave us really good hopes for this, right? When we came into day 1 of this PGS Apex qualifier play-ins as well here. So a lot more quieter than usual here. Day 2 definitely didn't manage to achieve the same result for day number 1 with the same game plan that they have. This time, I'm not going to talk too much about the positioning this time, Keith, regarding their positioning. Sure, they might look a little bit different, but that's also because of where they drop initially, right? They drop so early towards the south, towards the prison island as well. And by the way, fantastic shot coming in from Mel. But I don't think they're going to be able to go for the flush for the kill secure here. And they do have one of the members nearby to go for the revive series as well here. So Logi just keeping an eye just to see if they intend to be aggressively pushing towards their location here. Just do a little bit of a range check before trying to go for the revive. Whereas Sharper Esports, they will be taking the highlands here with a 1-3 setups here, covering as many ground as much as possible, but at the same time, not too far, not spreading too thin from each other. So at least that way, they should be able to go for the reinforcement should anything gets a little bit too dicey here.
Yeah, I think any knocks at this point isn't really lethal. The map is still vastly large. I mean, if you want to go and follow up with the kills, you probably is not in a good position to do so. Meanwhile, circle update. We see that now that we're circling around 𝘁 Pecado, a lightly bit of Montenegro that has been now left outside of the place. 𝘁 seems to be a decent point to pretty much hold in turtle if you do look to take on compound aggression rather than a long range marksman confrontation here. So that's maybe some of these teams, that's the game plan and the gamble they will have to take. But understand this, 𝘁 only takes about 30% of the circle's landmass right now, and that might swing away against you. Meanwhile, Buriram United aggressively shooting down onto FFL, caught in the between rotation. They get one member until Low G now behind a rock. Surely will have to die out. No one's coming for you. There will be no help in this open area. But Buriram United, they've got loads of cars to play around with as covers, but they are in the gun sights of nearly 3 teams here. With Sharper Esports joining the fray, they could be in a sticky and bad position with FFL and also potentially 𝘠𝘠𝑚𝑒.
Now here's the scary thing with the circle currently right now, Q, especially near towards the city side of 𝘗𝘓𝘓, right? There's a lot of really smaller compounds, or at least somewhat of a ditch and a couple of huts for a lot of this team to be based in, right? And some of this here, as we witnessed just now, like Team FFL, as they were making their way in, no one really had a hit. No one was really taking point in terms of that rotation as well. So they came in as a 4 here. So no one really came in to really scout things out to say if there's a team nearby, is there a team in the ditch nearby to really like keep us in check there. So they practically just came in blind with lack of intel here, and this is also going to be a little bit of a common problem for teams as they make this next rotation. So far, no massive losses here, no teams being eliminated away at this current state of time, and this is the best that most of the teams can really hope for as they make their way into the circle. But once we get to that phase 4, when things get a little bit more compact here, and we're still not too sure the chances of it going to a compound, to a flat area here. So teams are naturally trying to picking their heads here to really try to make a choice. Do we want to crash into a compound and fight for it? Is that compound even worth to even crash in the first place to fight for it for that final circle here as well? Here, if we're barely even halfway through of the game here, so teams currently at this time can only hope and take a gander here. Rest of the couple of seconds is currently dwindling down, and the choice has to be made shortly as well once we see the next circle.
Right now, we are looking at a potential confrontation here between Full Sense and one of those teams who are all by the hill, but it is 𝘗𝘓 Esports who's being gatekept by the likes of 𝘍𝘭𝘢𝘴 and Buriram United, who currently positioned by the ditch. They get a knock though onto 𝘍𝑫. 𝘍𝑫 is on his knees, and like we said, Buriram United, they've had a great game yesterday, hyper aggressive plays, but with that new circle update, no one, including Buriram United, is going to be safe, and we'll need to push through the rest of the lobby just to try and break it into circle side here. So meanwhile, JFT suspect gets one member of Armory Gaming, that'll be UNQ. Their late game potential, and Khan gets second down as well by Longday here from FFL. So they're being pincered right now. And this mortar that's coming in from Longday, it's a long shot, but it hits.
Yeah, it's so good as well, right? Especially since FFL was the one that was initially had a warm greeting for Buriram. So this time they're trying to turn the tables here. They know for the fact they're in the ditch here. The first 2 shots was great. Third mortar could connect, unfortunately here, but Buriram also understand they're currently in a pinch here, in a very precarious spot. They still have 2 vehicles, by the way, to make a quick getaway here, but the choice has to be made. 𝘗𝘓 Esports also making their way in here, and also will encounter Buriram. Dynasty is going to be able to have a beautiful knock, by the way. Although the kill will be sealed by Kamals on Shadow Esports here. Buriram setting up the defensive smoke trail. I believe that they have decided, especially with the phase 4 circle shift as well, they have to make a quick move there. But then at the same time, they have to try to resolve themselves, because not too far behind is 𝘍𝘭𝘢𝘴 and even FFL, who still hasn't really left the compound for now. They know they can still chill at a current location for a good while, since they're pretty close to the circle.
Oh, this is not going to be favorable for Buriram United, though. If they would have come in and contest the likes of 𝘍𝘭𝘢𝘴, who is under pressure of the blue, so they might just choose to run in, that's going to give FFL the chance to pretty much backstab onto Buriram United. So it's going to be a tough choice that Buriram will have to make here, but it's either that or let 𝘍𝘭𝘢𝘴 run through, and that's points that they could have missed. So right now, looking to go on the aggro. Meanwhile, JFT across the board getting some kills, 4 already for them. So it's a great start for the representative of the rest of APAC here. 𝘍𝑫 now joining in the blue, tries to go on the aggro, all under cover of smokes. He's looking around, does spot him out, but he gets shot down first. But immediately Khan, with the support fire right there, will eliminate 𝘍𝘭𝘢𝘴, but at what price? 3 members of Buriram United is looking unwell for the rest of this game.
A very painful and costly one as well, with how the circle has been shifting and where they initially dropped from the fly path as well. technically not being fair, and let's be honest, like I said before, there's a lot of smaller, minor compounds within the north side of 𝘓𝘓𝑒𝑟𝑎. As you see, majority of the teams are somewhat occupied it by themselves. We see 𝘗𝑪𝑎, we even see 𝐼CONIC, who has a really nice compound, who's also within the at the edge of the circle, alongside with 𝘏𝑒𝘮 spots here. Although all those compounds currently at those edges here, now the teams are finding around of the edge of this circle as they find some form of trying to secure dominance and control before they make their way in, at least to give them a little bit of a certainty of the fact that no one's going to be trying to go for any points of flank. Whereas currently we're looking at Team Flash versus going toe-to-toe with Full Sense here, as currently Team Flash, they can't hope, they really can't afford to be bowing out this early into the round, whereas 𝘗𝑪𝑎 biding their time here. They're seeing a lot of actions here. They also have a really good position here. The third party this, but looks like 𝐿𝑚𝑏𝑑ish was quick on the trigger, was shut down Full Sense, win condition fragger here. This looks pretty great, but that's the anchor player. That's the temple player with Tigger coming in to turn the tide, with forcing one of the members to fall on his knees. Whereas New House Esports, it looks like they're going to be falling from the other side, courtesy of SavageMan Esports. Now we have 3 teams currently out of the competition of match 13.
Tigger, the key player for Full Sense, unfortunately gets traded out in between reloads as well. And what a way to go and bow out here. Nevertheless, they are one of those teams who might already secured their way into the top 8. So it's a game for them to have laughs about. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝑚𝑏𝑑ish under Team Flash trying to build that lead ever so slightly, getting some of these kills onto their name. 𝘗𝑪𝑎 from the APAC just cannot find their footing here. Already one member down, that's 𝘏𝑑𝑥, still able to be picked up. Buriram United as well eliminated alongside Shadow Esports. So some of the top 3 teams has already been taken out. This is opportunity for the underdogs to rise above, and Team Flash might just be one of them. Despite having that 7th place, they only have 1 member left after securing the 4 kills, but they want to get more because they're just not out in the clear just yet. Still looking very vulnerable within the leaderboards, but that blue is coming in, and it's going to burn ever so slightly, even the longer they stay within it. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝑚𝑏𝑑ish up against JFT. Dusky is going in for the push, and with that HP, 1 tap is all it takes. We'll take him out.
Really great. Exactly what we're hoping for as well. Now we're seeing a little bit of a shift in gears in the playstyle for JFT this time. Although, sure, a costly one, Dusky is going to be the last round remaining, but you're still walking out with 6 kills here. You might still stand a chance to farm a couple of kills more here if you play your cards right here as they try to fight for the edges. Naturally, teams, we are looking at a very frag heavy lobby as well. So the fact that you get out with 6 kills is actually pretty impressive enough. But once again, the circle has shifted here, and we do see Sharper Esports and 𝐼CONIC Esports on the other hand, very comfortable. I believe even they were prepared to actually make a quick headway into the circle, but no, they actually pretty much can actually be pretty relaxed at that current spot for at least until the last few seconds here. Whereas the rest of the team, that southern side, it's a lot of mountain, pretty much a mountain area here on the north side, 𝘓𝘓𝑒𝑟𝑎 here. So running into another team is actually pretty much a possibility for a lot of these guys. Whereas TDT, they're in a really good position to actually gatekeep a couple of teams that's going to be coming down from the west or southern side here, and then a very decent vantage point for this current part of the compound too.
TDT can look to point farm here. Already 5 kills. Again, this team just not taking their foot off that pedal, and I'm all for it. Right, floor it and don't stop till you see God or a checkered flag. They're going straight up towards that finish line itself. Meanwhile, hope to see the same coming out from 𝘗𝑪𝑎. They still have 4 members, and it's rare that we still see them having this 4 members towards this late of the game. So perhaps they can make something of it if they don't get down right now, because TDT is firing towards their side, crashing into Sharper Esports, but they're getting shredded on the way. And just as I say that, they all get eliminated here. Sharper Esports, just sharper with their game sense and retaliation.
That's going to be a very swift ending to their run for match 13. I I also believe that they also didn't expect they lose too many members during that rotation down. I'm pretty sure they did suspect the team there, but they didn't expect that how sharp those shots were coming in. Then again, at the same time, it was sharp respawn as well. Even majority of our the majority of the player that's currently top fragging in our current lobby right now is mostly from the Thai players here as well too. Oh, iconic esports. Seems like they managed to find a ditch for themselves, but they're currently nade central at this current moment of time, Keith.
But Windy, this map right here is going to be big for Windy Esports if they've been able to get some points across the board. They've been snoozing for the time being, but now they're taking the safer approach because their aggression didn't pay off so much in day number 2. Now, only at phase 6, picking up 3 kills, 2 of them from Iconic itself, but they retain their members towards the very end. And this is usually some of these passive teams, this is the game-winning recipe, right? JFD, they tried to play center circle yesterday, losing 2 members all the time before getting into the late game. But now, Windy, they're set up for that win condition per se, and playing the late game. They're spread out 1-1 and 2, so they've got ultimate map control and 𝘉𝑎𝑜 right smack dab in the middle just to ensure that he's within circle, and it does close towards the side of Windy Esports. So this could be them surpassing Greeting into the top 8 position. JFD Dusky has to play it smart, has to play for placement.
Game sense is pretty much telling him that's not a good direction he really wants to go in as well. Downhill, scaling down with barely in the cover towards the eastern side. He knows there's a lot of other kills also being popped off as well. No actual visual confirmation here, but do not want to actually really find out if there's someone going to be greeting him in kind there. So he will go back towards the western north, at least within the hills area. There's a couple of ditches for him to prone in, crouch down, and take one step at a time as they scale within the circle. And speaking of circle as well, that because of where the circle is currently positioned near the blue, so the timing for the blue to actually catch up to the circle itself is a lot more slower compared to the western side here. So he can really bide his time and try to punish any team that's coming in. It looks like Van is going to be able to find the last member after we East with Conacy here. And now we're down to the final 4. Naturally, Windy Esports, we were talking about them yesterday where they've been constantly chasing the circle. This time, the circle they have always been in the conversation. They have always been within the midst of the circle so far today, and things are looking pretty great for them as well. Although I am a slight concern with the whole positioning here, but that comes down to one of the members of Windy who will be prioritized in keeping track towards the southern hill to ensure that teammates currently moving forward would not be picked out here. But a nade comes in as June was able to find Dusky. And by the way, June was the sole reason why, I believe in one of the final top 4 matches from night 2, June was the sole reason where Full Sense actually lost 2 of their members for when they tried to contest for June.
Yeah, it was that snake in the grass, and this time around there's 3 snakes from the side of TDT who could look to come in with an upset here, but Van Nye gets onto 𝘐𝑚. Escalacia now under the gunshots of 6, 7, 8, 9 here, counting the number of triggers he pulls before he confirms this one. He does have a member, I believe that was 𝘉𝑎𝑜 earlier on, position front forward. Could look to double team this, but he gets knocked out. So 𝘉𝑎𝑜 is down. 777 gets that trade here from where? We do not see that one happening, but meanwhile, Sharper Esports has been eliminated. TDT Esports now losing 1 member for the time being, but not confirmed just yet. Can look for the pickup and maybe an equalizer. That drive-by is happening. It's got an information on where that position might be. The nade has been tossed forward. A little more taps just to secure it and dissuade that effort itself. But TDT, they take control of the hills. Meanwhile, Windy Esports greeting them down below. Can he look for the pickup eventually?
The thing is, right now, they're playing on the timer, right? Because Windy Esports, they know for the fact that, okay, the blues, they're currently within the safety of the sanctuary of the circle here. That blue is going to push TDT down that mountain here. So they are pretty much just trying to just target out, bunker down, and just drag this out as long as possible because they know time is on their side here. But at the same time, naturally, both 6, 7, 8, 9, and one other member of Windy Esports was responsible to really keep some of the members of TDT in check on that highlands here. So unfortunately, they just missed it for a second, as if one of them was prioritizing on Sharper Esports member here. That gave an opportunity for 777 to get a knock one on Windy Esports member here. And once again, as they push forward with the smoke trail sets, they get a knock. They managed to trade things back here. They found another member that's based at the side of the hill here. I can't believe that they could have spot out banned in time here. And now suddenly it comes out to 1v2 scenario here. And that's 6, 7, 8, 9. But he's too far from the rest of his team here. And they know exactly where he is. So it all comes down to just set up the smoke trails, revive the down members here, and then literally go and perhaps to flush out the last member of Windy Esports.
My god, this is the best value I've seen come out from the smoke grenade. How did they sneak their way past all that gunfire and pressure, even make it their way down without paying the price? And 𝑉𝑛𝑛𝑖 now confirming against Marcus. Suddenly, Windy Esports, after having so much control in the land and has the luxury of time, it turns this way against themselves. They overextended their privilege, and right now TDT looking like the devil has spurred out their horns. They're looking for blood. And 𝑉𝑛𝑛𝑖 doing absolutely great so far in trying to come in with the cover fire. He saw a little bit of the derriere. Could he look to jab it a little bit? And he will. A little bit of a love tap right there just to keep him in check. And then he'll know that position has been compromised for the time being. 6, 7, 8, 9 has to try and play this one out. He's got a clear shot, but immediately right behind smokes, he gets covered. They've got a vehicle, can look to go for a crash. And allies from the far side of TDT could look to maybe come in with the spray fire. June and 𝑉𝑛𝑛𝑖 has to play this one out of their minds, but 6 life left. That attempt will need to be on a pause for the time being. But oh, June gets traded out. Now it's a 1v1. Windy Esports making it work. It's Windy with so little HP. Eventually he gets tagged out by one of the members. Could have swung either way, but TDT, they force shifted into their favor here to claim the first chicken dinner here in day number 3.
Oh yeah. From the last match of day 1 to the performance of day 2, currently in our final day, TDT does not intend to stop this momentum. Still putting the pedal to the metal even on this final day to just really give everyone a really fantastic show for the fans and for the teams as well here. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our match 13. Keith, I can't believe how a situation actually turned into this kind of scenario as well.
Like, I mean, they played their smokes really well. I have to give them that, right? They were in every position to fail. If Windy Esports, you know what? Just check out the highlights. Don't even look at me. Don't even listen to me. Just check out the highlights.
Well, that's the highlights for our first match of Championship Sunday here as well, Q. And while we were checking it out, I saw some really great plays and also with the positioning as well. But it also gave me time to really recap back, especially towards that final fight, right? Especially since it came out the last two teams in a 4v3 manner, right? Windy Esports versus versus alongside with Team TDT, right? Not so much on the spray, especially coming from Windy Esports point of view, right? But the game sense, like the way he was clearing out those long angles, especially he was drawn in by some of the audio cues and members of Sharper Esports, right? He cleared those out. One of the members pushed so far forward here because especially we're looking at how the current state of the circle and potentially how they were positioned in the circle as well. They decided to just try to push forward in and get punished for the aggression, right? Trying to work with whatever. Sure, if I get it, they were trying to go for the idea where, all right, we're going to get as many control as much as possible. We have 4 members up here, so they want to try to have this massive split here, and it gets overly punished for that aggression forward here, and literally, and really well done, top it out to TDT, right? As they scaled it down with the smoke trail and everything, they took this one step at a time. They also had a great intel for where the majority of the members as well here. So instead of sitting out on that highlands, they decided to take the fight towards Windy Esports here. And literally that threw an entire wrench in the plans because they were also losing the fights there. So Team TDT just slowly changed that disadvantage, that man disadvantage into a total advantage for themselves.
Yeah, I think TDT just absolutely outplayed the situation, right? Every reason to fail was on them. The blue was closing in. They didn't have the luxury of time. Map control goes to the side of Windy Esports. But that smoke plays though, because if you think about it, with the 4 members on Windy, they had 3 already perched out across the playing fields. So that's a lot of cover fire there. And one person, I believe it was Marcus, who's waiting by the foot of the hills. So if they did stay and be patient, eventually TDT will be forced out from their holdings anyway and get shot down. But because of the smoke, I think it was positioned so great that even the cover fire from the far side did not see them, and they had like a clear path to run down forth. And Marcus didn't even see him, who was at the foot of the hills, who was supposed to be greeting some of those rotation running down. Right? It was not until one member from TDT was spraying into the smoke itself, it clipped some member, and then it kind of propped one of their teammates to react to that, and then the cover response was there, and it turned into what seemed to be a 2v1, which still could have turned sour towards the end of it, if not for, I guess, it goes down to pure mechanical the trades, right? Both of them didn't have much of a health, but the final shot, the final nail in the coffin, the final bullet that was lodged into skulls came from the side of TDT towards Windy Esports. So it was a super close call, that match itself, but TDT looking like a cut above from the competition, so steamrolling since day 2 itself.
Yeah, especially they really took their time with this as well, but at the same time I just didn't really like the fact that, especially in that situation with Windy Esports, right? You're playing in a situation where, sure, you're within the circle, right? But you also you recall how the map was located, right, Keith? It's pretty much a mountain and an open plains, right? There's a small ditch, which you saw one of the members of Windy Esports position himself far forward because he was trying to gatekeep them as they will eventually descend that hill, right? I just didn't like the fact that they have this massive split here with barely any covers to really work with as well here. There's a lot of dependency on landing those shots, especially since with that massive split, you're dependent on your players landing those shots. But with all those smoke trails set up, that aggressive smoke setup to enable TDT to push forward. Now you're in a situation where suddenly, even though it's a 4v3, but you're in a position where it ended up converting into a 2v3 since the rest of the member can't see in the smoke. They're too far behind. 678 is back at the only tree that's within the circle itself here. So, but anyway, with that being said, let's quickly check out our post stats here. This is going to be the man of the match here. It's Van. He's been hunting players and also stealing kills with the vantage point that he had from the circle itself. 7 kills. Total damage for this one is 707 here. You get another 7 in the middle. That would be a really nice lucky number with 777. But hey, still massive amount of damage. 5 knocks. He's practically a sole reason for at least half of the team being knocked out or not here. So really well done coming from Van. They also accumulated a decent amount of kill. It's pretty much a team effort during that match 13 here, since Team TDT did walk out with a total of 13 kills.
Well, thankfully for the rest of the lobby, taking a look at the top 4 teams here that's running away with more points. First and third, it goes to Sharper Esports and TDT, which is fine, fairly fine. They're already on top of it. You're not going to take it their spot. But for Windy Esports to be this close, at well, I guess you could say second place finish, and JFD to have decent amount of kills, we could see a shift here. Maybe JFD's kills would not be enough to pretty much secure themselves still after game number 1, but we'll see in just about a bit. But right now, the points accumulated from this game, TDT came out ultimate victor, chicken dinner, and 13 kills, going toe-to-toe with some of the greats here. We're talking about Buriram United, talking about NHE in day 1, and talking about more and more of these teams here. Windy finally getting a breath of fresh air, some wind blowing on their way, starting to come up again and joining the ranks of some of these teams. Let's take a look at the total leaderboard.
Yeah. Other than that last final fight, I think other than that, Windy has been really playing it really well. They weren't really chasing too much of the circle as well. So it's been a pretty good round until that last fight there. But other than that, still phenomenal job. 10 points. That's also pretty great for them as they added on towards the total leaderboard. But same goes for JFT. JFT, despite them bowing out in, I believe, since they got 4th placement, so they bow out around 6th or 7th place. They still got 6 kills, so enabling them with 10 points. So they will still maintain their spot in that 8th place here. But also at the same time, Windy is also putting in the works to really try to claw their way up here. Shadow Esports will have a little bit of a delay since they weren't able to achieve as much as they hoped for, especially on a map which they had been having quite great success back in the Master Series. But we're going up towards our second map for Miramar. So let's just see whether Team Flash, FW Esports, and Shadow Esports might make a massive difference before we move on to our next few matches of the day.
Yeah, but can we just appreciate TDT though? They were the team down in 16th place. I was thrashing them a little bit in day number 1. Here they are, now up in 3rd. No, not even just satisfied with a top 8. They're going for top 1 despite not having a single reward. And this is why a little bit of a harsh criticism goes a long way, Leonard.
Well, I mean, which is why I'm pretty sure which is pretty much why night 1 I didn't really say much about it, because night 1 is usually like teams really testing out the lobby, testing the warrior, getting a feel of the rest of the team, right? So I really wasn't really putting too much out there. It was only night 2 where that's when we start being a little bit more critical, especially for the teams around, especially for the team who's contesting for the 8th spot, right? Because the top 5, like I mentioned before, top 5, top 6, they did phenomenally. They did the work. I mean, it's not just Team TDT, right? Even Armory Gaming here. Sure, Armory Gaming wasn't popping as much here for our match 13 for day 3, but match number 2 alongside with TDT, they were also making their own. They were also earning their stripes in yesterday's game, as well as they were fighting, getting towards that top 4, ensuring they're getting all those points consistently in each and every one of those rounds, trying to maintain that top 4 in majority of those rounds as much as possible here. So it's really great to see how the team was really kicking into gear yesterday. But now this is the final day here. Final day, some teams sure still having a little bit of a rough, still going over a couple of rough patches, especially for Buriram. They had a really rough one as they were not only bombarded by mortars, they weren't able to get a really good territory for them to work with here. It was very vulnerable. It was a small ditch. It was literally within a bird's eye view for 3 other teams as well. Sure, despite the scenario, despite the situation, they still managed to adapt and work around it as best as they could. But eventually they did bow out. But hey, they are still within the top 3. So it's like what I mentioned before. The teams that put in the work for day 1 and day 2, they're allowed to have room for error here. So, and even if they have 2 or 3 bad games, I don't think they're going to be shifted down to that 9th place anytime soon. They have 100+ points in the leaderboard here, okay? So other than that, except the fact that when I saw Riz being knocked out for Buriram, he was their win condition. He was their main fragger. That's when I got concerned. But then when I remember about the leaderboard, I said, you know what? Buriram is fine. Full Sense is fine. They're totally fine with this.
And it's great to say that TDT falls in that category as well. I think in this moment, they can mess up a couple of games and they're fine too. And that's always nice to have, right? Coming from a place of strength to be able to play the game, full clarity, not worried about elimination itself. That's when the game becomes beautiful, to be honest. At the end of the day, this is entertainment after all, and it's an escapism. Well, we do put a little bit of pressure or too much emphasis on the results, but in the end of the day, everyone's who's playing here loves what they're doing. Take a look at the path crossing towards the northern side of the split here. So some of the compounds like Los Leones, Impala, Puerto Paraíso may be a little bit too impossible, but that circle seems to be quite of an odd bet or a fair one, I guess, to most teams. We do see some of the teams going out on east can make the travel through. I mean, it's JFT, have the highest travel distance, so nothing new to them. Just another Sunday to them.
I'll tell you this for now, Keith. I had deja vu because I felt like that's an almost identical circle to our match 13, like the match that we had just now. Same place. Okay, probably not exactly where the first circle started, but it's in the same area. It's literally circumferring around Chumacera. It's near Death Valleys. It's near towards that western side here. And now with the flight path, once more teams like not just JFT, I believe also Windy, Shadow Esports, at least probably half of the lobby who drop last of that flight path will have to make their rotations back into the mix as well here. As we already can see, we saw Windy Esports actually, not just them, I believe JFT and also Khan from Buriram. They were long diving to secure the vehicles along this roadside of this compound here. It looks like they were able to accommodate themselves as many as they possibly can. Whereas for Full Sense, as we mentioned before, Tigger, he's the tempo player. He's the anchor for the team here. Constantly always taking point most of the time to really set the pace of the team, giving in the intel here, putting in the DMR damage here with the marksman here, the bolt action rifle here, really making a huge mess, giving an opportunity for their win condition, which is 𝐵𝐿𝐴 to come in for the flush every single time. It's pretty much poetry to see Full Sense playing this past 2 nights now. It's been an absolute thrill.
I mean, that's a blanket statement towards all the Thai and Vietnam region, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
their gun skills are on a whole different level, and we're impressed, right? We come from the APAC side, so but now that we've seen like Thailand and Vietnam, I'm also more curious how that fared up against the global teams like China.
By the way, did I mention like among our top 10 most kills done by players are mostly our Thai players? And of course, naturally, the one taking top spot is 𝐵𝐿𝐴, who has, by the way, 29 kills. I'm not counting from last match, just the 2 nights, right? Mm-hmm. He himself alone have literally destroyed 29 players, and the accumulation of total kills for the entire Full Send member is 72. So 𝐵𝐿𝐴 did, if he killed probably a couple of more players, maybe 3 or 4, he practically would have literally, he would have been the sole, he literally would have, literally was the sole reason that half of the amount of total kills that Full Send has is solely done by 𝐵𝐿𝐴. Achieved by 𝐵𝐿𝐴. That's insane.
I mean, that guy is on a different level. He's almost named after a devil, I think. That's I'm not too sure. Like a behemoth, you know? I don't know what that is, but
actually he sounds his current idea sounds a lot closer to the pronunciation sounds a lot more closer to the namesake from Castlevania, the series.
We do not know what other games are. That doesn't exist to us in this realm of conversation. But yes, that's a fun fact to pull out, right? Like all these players that are hard hitters, all coming up from one region, means that you can pretty much expect that they've got a higher threshold or standards that they have to compete in, and therefore even a bare minimum there is going to be leaps and bounds ahead to some. So the fact that JFT is still here and playing and within the top 8, I think is a very, very respectful feat. But of course, you don't want to be able to close in the night and say, we were there, we were holding top 8 for at least 3 days. Not enough. In the end of the day, did you qualify through or not? And with JFT being the only team from the rest of APAC to hold that torch forward, I really want to see them pull something out of a magic hat, right? We've seen them switch things up a little bit, playing from the edge, no longer the circle, and it's come out for them pretty well with a decent amount of kills. That's the whole reason they're still in 8th place. They do need to do that a couple more times and perhaps even survive towards the later stage via placements itself.
Oh yeah, I'm also looking forward, especially I'm also looking forward to Shadow Esports as well from Indonesia, right? Like, they're not as close to some of the teams that's currently fighting for that spot there, but they are slowly putting in the work right here. But of course, and speaking of Shadow Esports here, there are already 2 members down. Quite a precarious spot they're currently situated themselves in at the same time. They're also going toe-to-toe with the very team they were also in top 3 with in last map of Erangel for night number 2 as well. This could be the redeeming moment here if they manage to silence them, shut them down here. They redeemed themselves from last night's final 3 and also keep themselves going in this final match, the final map of Miramar as well. Got some good shots here, no headshot unfortunately to convert it to the knocks here. But now he's pulling in the S6. He knows it's close quarter situation. The door pretty much tanked out the nade, by the way. Still sticking it out. He did take some of the damage, but not enough for the knock. The molly comes in and try to flush him out of the room. He sees the movement. He gets the 1 hit. Could have connected on the second one, and unfortunately, Shadow Esports, this is going to be their run for the final map of Miramar here. So for now, their progress in earning more points here is gonna be shut down. But there's still 4 more matches to go, and I still have in my guts that they can really pull it through. Because naturally, just like every other team, everyone is also waiting for that good match for this, a good game too. Jamie, on the other hand, was trying to go for the loot here, but instead gets spotted out by some of the team coming from towards the direction of Picado. AG, on the other hand, we were also mentioning that one of the 2 teams that were having really great growth from night number 2 based on performance alone, and that's going to be 𝐷𝐼𝐸 Gaming.
I really hope your gut feeling pays out here, because we really need another champion up in the top 8 here, just to balance things out. We've got all 4 of the positions up top occupied by the Thai teams. Now 3 from Vietnam, looking like they might get a 4th too. And you know, representation goes a long way here in terms of keeping communities alive, not for any other political reason, you know. Meanwhile, 𝑈_DIRT, NHE, shooting onto Dynasty here. Nothing too fatal, but he is alone. And is he alone? Yeah, and we talked about some of these wide splits that comes out from team previously, like a 1-1-1-1 formation. Chances are, usually you'd like to stay within a general vicinity with your allies to come in with the cover fire. But that position itself, it looked like he was alone, and if they were to turn and fight him head on with vehicles, he could have gone sour for him. But luckily, so San Martin is the goal for Buriram United and not really the one member itself.
Yeah, but it seems like coming from 𝑈_DIRT just now, if it was more on, if the priority seems, it felt like getting that kill felt more of a secondary, because the minute he missed out those couple of shots, he instantly just booked it out. Because I believe he didn't just spot Dynasty, he also spotted another player. He was also pretty far. He's actually off position, pretty far from the rest of the squad as well, right? So I think he just came in. If he couldn't get a kill, he'd say, you know, that's totally fine. I was just here primarily just to get the intel in, just trying to check things out here. But finally, you see as how majority of the team so literally
saturated, man.
Yeah, saturated. No, like it's not even spread out, right? It's like it's relatively so close to one another. It's pretty insane. But of course, thankfully enough here, with the phase 2, it's been pretty fair for majority of the team. I only count about like 3 or 4 teams that's currently at that edge towards that eastern side. However, I don't think they want to hit straight in from the right side of that circle. I think they just might take that detour to that north, right? Feels a lot more safer.
Like, it's only phase 1. They could still spread out a little bit. And did you realize that JFT, they're not in the circle. They're way down in the blue, south and east side. That's where they're choosing to make their rotations and so. But we'll tend to them in just about a bit. Right now, under gunfire here, Buriram United again with another set of rotations. So they've been taking shots here, trying to get into circle. And with that new shift, they will have to go through that gamble once again. Death Valley, as you would call it. Cars just getting shut down here. 𝘉𝘁𝑆, who did pretty well for himself in his name, gets knocked out instead, despite the high ground. I guess the shots down in it from full sense is a bit too overpowering. I mean, the power level is just too far apart.
Now I'm concerned because he was pretty high in those mountain areas, right? I believe they should be able to go for the pickup here. Not too sure what's the positioning on the rest of the team. Couldn't really get to see the majority on the minimap just now initially as well here. But now full sense, we also see a couple of emergency picked up also currently underway. I believe it's not the full squad. I believe it's just one member dropping in just to scout things out to see how many teams here, because even though it's a phase 2, but with the amount of compound available for a lot of these guys in mountainous area here, majority of the team would have at least found residence or sanctuary for themselves here. So naturally sending one player to just scout things out, so at least they can really plan their route of rotations to come in here with the least amount of danger here, because there's only so much you can avoid, especially with how the circle has shifted and where majority of the team was positioned towards that eastern side of that circle as well. So this is the time where intel just really pays off here. At least it increases your survivability chance here. I believe that's one member of... No, that's not. Wait, hold on. We are seeing TDT. I believe, yeah, it is TDT. All right.
I do want to see the locations of JFT though. They took a really far out rotation in. I wonder what's going on within their psyche right now, or what's the game plan here. I get it, they're not going center anymore, but this is a little bit way too out for them to call that part of the game plan. So a real unorthodox play, but perhaps that would guarantee some sort of placement if they come in a little bit slower or a whole lot slower. We'll see how that one pans out itself. Meanwhile, Team Flash spots that rotation from TDT, now occupying that small little compound. Will look to shoot right towards them, just to let them know that they're not here alone. The gas station is where it's at, and it's a pit stop for most teams, so they're gonna have to be able to fend themselves should that opportunity comes. Look at that, JFT now only coming in from south side, but they're still nowhere near the circle itself. Actually, maybe contemplating a little bit. They might just make it all the way west just to enter the west side circle.
The thing is this, the reason why we don't see JFT just make a quick headway in is because of where that's pretty much where the flight path also started, right? So now this changes up this doesn't really change too much of their original plan that they had when they came into this day 3 here. Still gonna play around those edges. They know they're late to come into the circle to find some good spots now. Farm kills, find players, punish them if possible as well. And since this is just the past phase 1 to phase 3, the blue zone didn't really hurt as much as well. So they can just buy their time, take as much utilities as they require for the possibility or the potential long drawn out fight. Meanwhile, we do see Real Homie making in their rotation alongside with the rest of the team in the lobby as well here. Since it did shift towards that western side, now long day. I think he came out a little too early. Gonna be knocked down by Bess. And also that's also gonna be a kill secure for the side here of Amped.
Aurora picks up a few here. Big win for Aurora, but unfortunate too because Jade was shooting down at them for FFL. He was missing every shot until he got the crash and he was on his knees and it was an easier target. So not only do you cripple yourself, but you also fed that points ahead towards another enemy team. Meanwhile, that skirmish over in Aurora's compound is not done just yet. We see some of the rotations coming in from 𝐴𝐿𝑒 Esports, looking to come in with an upset, but the shot is there and it's true. Thunder's getting rocked right now by the likes of Aurora itself. 𝘗𝑒𝑆, all these backup forces will look to arrive over in this compound or this hangar, and 𝐿𝑒𝑑𝑎x immediately, without any hesitation, takes up the sniper zone, tries to come in with the cover fire for his team.
It is so chaotic right now. It's too many teams. I'm not even joking with you, Keith. There's just too many teams occupying a compound which is not best suited for this many teams in a single area. So at any point of time, and I believe during phase 4 as well, teams are just going to be forced to make a decision. Do we want to crash into their compound? Do we want to best flush them out? Because they just don't really have much options here. There is a couple of open lands here, but the circle has been shifting towards the favor of Montenegro here, and Montenegro, the city itself, is currently smack down in the center of that very circle here. So the team just trying to make a hard choice here. just really banking on the fact that, all right, maybe the circle might just shift towards the mountainous area here. Please do not be to the flatlands. If it's a flatlands, it's going to be a massive problem for a lot of teams. It did shift towards the north side. Half of it is, at least a good partial of it is the flatlands, but still a decent amount of compounds for the teams to play with now. Whereas, speaking of which, this is what I'm talking about before, teams are crashing in. Teams are invading other people's their neighboring compounds here because they just want certainty, they want security, they want assurance here. And now UNQ, the last remaining members of AG, couldn't really decipher where the exact shot is coming from. You know the direction, but where is it? Which angle, which corner, which room, which floor? And unfortunately, the one that's going to be put in the final nail in the coffin is going to be Flash from Full Sense. Whereas Team Flash, on the other hand, has a nice vantage point, but they are still somewhat at the edge of this circle here. So eventually they will have to descend down, but they're getting a lot of good intel here, Keith. A lot of good intel. So it's just a matter of where do they want to go right after this.
Not if the circle close towards them. It's still relatively huge.
Oh, yeah.
Phase 4, this could go their way here. Yeah, I mean, going into compounds doesn't seem like the best of ideas now. The entire accommodation is booked out. There's teams.
And would you like the flatlands, sir?
Would you like the tent on the flatlands? No, I would rather die up on a hill, right?
Dude, look at that. Look at this cinematic view, by the way. It's practically just flatlands, compound. You got a couple of hills. Not a lot of ditch here. It's not a crater. It's a ditch. It's a
they
very
can
small
take
ditch.
the building still, right? It's not too small just yet. After that bird eye view,
It's not occupied.
Yeah,
if it's not occupied,
there are still some vacant rooms, I believe. You know, the hotels only ever 80% occupied at best, never 100%.
Would you like the abandoned building here, which has no roof?
Only if you're superstitious. Meanwhile, JFT, they decided, yes, we'll take it for a discount at the very least. They might pay the price in full here if 2 member goes down, but they do have such a solid wheels, or I don't know, what do you call that? A house
Armored
on
vehicles.
wheels?
I mean, BRDM is an armored house on wheels? Oh, the minivan? No, it's not a minivan. It's an armored vehicle, right?
Well, let's hope that's going to keep them at least safe for the time being. They didn't get the secure kill on the suspect, so maybe they can fight for this compound or this hotel room that we so talked about. Full Sense, they've got a decent trade against the members of JFT, but it is still JFT that ultimately reigns supreme. Why? Because Full Sense was split out all too much. So this is what we were talking about, right? If you're going to split up so far, it better not be within an area of a closed-door compound, because where is the cover fire going to come from? I'm not too sure. And right now, JFT, they lose 1 member, but they traded 1 against Full Sense, and that's a key player at that. And now, Monte Nuevo takes up half the circle. It's back to your question. Would you like the barren lands or the overly occupied accommodations?
You know, for a second there, I thought you were going to lead up with something like, would you like to know more? But, but still, that situation, Belmoth almost had his second try of his montage video, right? Because he actually had 2 knocks. He was in a 1v4 scenario. The first one was Iconic Esports on day 1. This third day was against GFT. He got the exact same number of knocks here. Sadly, could have connected with the third. It would have been an entirely different storyline here. But of course, JFT made use with the numbers here and finally won it out against Belmoth here. I love that you also pointed out, like, what was the cause of concern when you have this little bit split off from the rest of the squad, right? Especially in this CQC scenario, there's no one on the outskirts of the building to really give that covering fire as well. The pressure out the team was trying to flank from the outside. And now for the teams that couldn't make it into the compounds in time, and now this is the edge fight. Now these are the team that's making their way in here. They were in the compound of their own, of course, naturally, but of course, with how the circle has been shifting, now these are the remaining teams making their way in. Team Flash who initially hit the high ground. They had a lot of good intel, so they know exactly where they want to engage upon. And they are finding great success so far, especially with all the kills and the knocks they're getting from this general vicinity here. Still moving forward here. It looks like, unfortunately for Sharper Esports here, they will be eliminated away. Still within the top 5, so not too much pressure or cause of concern. Whereas for Team Flash, they are loving this small opportunity to constantly increase the gap from their 7th place player, so at least that way no one's gonna able to replace his current ranking at the leaderboard.
Yeah, but right now that story is the conflict between JFT and Windy. It's a race against time. Aurora might have a chance here, but they're at 54. Still a far shot, but not over just yet. Or they can come in with the upset. They're up against Team Flash by the edge of the circle. Team Flash comfortably in top 7 here. Maybe they can look to lead that even further if Aurora has got nothing to say about it, but they did take members down. So Team Flash now only 1 member or 2, 1 tanking the blue. So Team Flash now in 6th place. They did go up 1 rank into the board, but it is more paramount for the likes of Aurora to be able to wipe this team and get a little bit more for themselves to be able to close in their gap ever so slightly here in day number 3. 𝘉𝘂𝐪 tosses out nade on forward. They have an idea on where the members of Aurora is. 𝐴𝑑𝑥 is the one who gets knocked down and will be confirmed out, I believe, especially with all these nades that are coming in. I don't see a backup, so he might just bleed out before the backup can arrive. Circle has been updated. Yeah. Oh, you disappeared? I had no idea.
Well, that's once again another crazy circle here, another massive rotation. But at least this time, not many smokes is going to be expended here. Probably just 1 or 2, just to allow them a smooth transitioning from one alley to another, or 1 building to another here. Buriram once again, right back out in the dirt here. This time not a ditch. And this time they have their back against the blue zone wall here, so no one's gonna be coming in from the rear end to actually try to pin them down here. Whereas the rest of the team here, look at how congested that western side keep. It's absolutely insane here, because at this point here, they're not gonna be running into 2. There's gonna be a massive traffic of players here running into each other's house here to gain control of free real estate for themselves here as they slowly make their way into this phase 6 blue zone. This phase 6 circle here, and it's a phase 6 as well, so it's gonna start to hurt. This team, they cannot play around outside the blue for too long here. As you notice as well, the team is preparing to resolve themselves. They have a couple of time before that blue comes in, but eventually they have to start making the move. Whereas the team TDT, instead of making towards the center part of that circle, they're still playing around the edges to prepare to greet some teams, but gets greeted by Savage Man instead, who not only has a really good elevator building for themselves from the 2nd floor, they also have a good bird eye view to punish some team that's making in, and one of them so far was Team TDT. Whereas on the kill feed, we also see Aurora jumping into action here, using the mortar. He was able to secure a couple of kills. Buriram, they weren't satisfied with the hay bay shack that they have. It's too open, it's too flat. And with how the circle's been shifting, I think they want to take a better bet to play around with the compound area. But naturally, you're just adding 1 more additional team at this battle for the West.
Ooh,
the Wild West right now.
The nade just blast off ED from ever coming back in. That hope for a 3rd or a 4th is now over. Meanwhile, JFT getting kills of themselves with the Panzerfaust got onto Jamie. Icon, they are dropping like flies now with the aid of Windy. Marcus gets onto choppers as well. Lucky J now gets a tap onto Pivy. Meanwhile, the fight that's still going on here. Buriram United with Riz, the only last member, has got negative Riz falling down towards the team that was holding them back in place alongside the rest of them in the lobby.
JFT also will be eliminated relatively early as well here, so no placement point will be added to their current kill, but they have 3 points. But hey, they had a really great, they managed to accumulate 10 points in the last one. That's great, that's nice. They're still slowly setting themselves up for greatness later on here. It will help them out in the long run as we move on to the following 4 matches into the night here. Whereas coming back to the present here, Savage Man Esports, this time they are being blessed by the circle, positioning, compounds. Everything is looking pretty bright here for the side here for the Savage Man, and of course they're going on they're having an absolute field day as they're constantly just peppering down on any incoming teams here. Although I'm a little bit concerned, Keith, They are having this somewhat of a massive split here. Sure, 2 members are still within close proximity with each other. That's totally fine. I'm worried about the other 1-1 setup that's currently situated towards that western side. Whereas Windy Esports also battling out with JFT out of commission. This is an opportunity to try to close in the gaps here, since the point differential between them and JFT right now is just 5 points. Whereas FW Esports also trying to make quick headway and still keeping themselves in the game here. All core members currently still standing tall here and looking for a really good round for themselves as they make their way into the center part of Montenegro here. It looks like Iconic is going to be able to find, Porches is going to be able to find E-Part here. Will shut him down, get spotted out as well. But thank God for the smoke, with the smoke here, which is only halfway to be dissipated. Should give him time to go for the reset before reconvening with the rest of the team.
Oh my god, Porches is just outplaying the members of Windy Esports. Could he get another? No, Iconic Esports is the one that bows out here. So it was a great attempt, but they did damper in some of the advancement from Windy, which is crucial for them this round. JFT decommissioned. They can look to make the takeover. Meanwhile, Savage Man has a situation of their own. NHG, though, they've got the rest of the member of Aurora in this one skirmish, but now 𝘉 maybe looking to get that kill steal should he gets the opportunity. Would have to maybe make some sort of advancement forward, but no, Full Sense gets caught out. Oh, member of Savage Man waiting in place, waiting behind doors, waiting behind a zinc plane here. He understands that the member from Full Sense, and it had to be Tigger too, so he has to be super careful. But the C4 planted on the wall, could this be the bait of the century right now? Can he lure members of Savage Man out? He gets one member out there. That would be sicker on the far side. Full Sense has to always remember he's got the C4 planted. Will he get that one member running across? We're waiting here patiently to greet them should that happen.
I believe he went off already, but of course, still a fantastic nade. You got a knock and a secure from the progress as well. That's gonna be like half of the Savage Man team out of commission here as well. And that was the two-man setup towards that eastern side. The other half of the Savage Man is currently spread out in that 1-1 setup here. I don't think they have enough. I'm not sure whether they found an opportunity during the midst of the chaos to reconvene. It seems like just from the screen alone on how the players' tagline is being overlapped with each other. By the way, thank you so much, Observer. Now we know for the fact that they had an opportunity to literally regroup themselves as a two-man, since they're the only 2 players left here. Windy Esports currently within the vicinity as well, but TDT naturally always finding an opportunity to secure this high ground vantage point for themselves. But a beautiful nade coming in from 𝘉𝑎𝑜, coming to flush him out. Not able to secure the kill so far, but they are making their way in, crashing it in. Nice timing with the volley as well. Will delay his advances here, but only for so long.
The timing was good though. Lucky J. Now Savage Man comes in to pick up some of those kills. Unfortunately, will have to bow out despite the fire working for him. It turned against him, and now Savage Man will have to bow out. Nice try from them. Meanwhile, Windy Esports, this is it. The takeover they were waiting for. TDT now has 10 kills. Was that from them or was that Full Sense?
No, Full Sense.
Okay, Full Sense has got the 10 kills. Well, not like we don't expect that from them. But Windy Esports, Ultimate Victor, has got the best chance right now to maybe even close up with a chicken dinner. It's first few chicken dinners for them. At least the first one for day number 3, and with the amount of kills that they have, for sure, they're looking to push JFT out from that spot. But they're going to play this one slow. As the circle now under phase 9, there is no safe zone to play around with. Full Sense is in the area. Tigger ready to greet them in kind. 𝘓𝑛𝑦𝑑𝑒 in such a strategic perch position. I don't think they would see him. Should they make the cross and run over, this could be very detrimental for the side of Windy Esports, and they have to take a calculated approach when facing the situation. Luckily for Windy Esports, if FS or Full Sense look to make the push on forward, they're the ones who's going to get shot down from NHG, who's now perched on the flank side here. So it's who gets caught out first, and that unfortunately has to be 6789. New House Esports is eliminated, but now Windy Esports playing one member down. Can they still make the shift here? 𝘉𝑎𝑜 got the right tag on the one member of Full Sense. sends a grenade to them. It clips, but the Panzerfaust is right there, blows himself up. This could be the equalizer. Windy, one member still standing. Full Sense has got, unfortunately, Tigger, which is a nightmare to deal with within this lobby. The blue zone grenade is there to hold him back in place. Up on top of this sniper's nest. Gets shot down just a little bit, but not fatal just yet. The flash is there. He's got a cover of smoke, but nothing left. Nothing else to try and play the rest of the game here. And members of, I believe that's Standard who's now moved on forward. And eventually, from the high grounds, it will be Tigger who nails it by pulling that trigger. A winner chicken dinner for Full Sense.
It's so crazy as well because they're always keeping track of the entire situation, especially checking out that, particularly that kill feed as well. Number of players still standing. The minute they see NHC being eliminated in this way and one also being knocked out by one of the teammates, they already did the math, they did the numbers. They said, "All right, we're gonna flush them in. We have the man advantage. There's no need for us to give him the time of day or giving breathing room to go for the resets here." So pressure, constant pressure. Sure, there was a moment where Sapao could have probably turned it around if he got that headshot on top of that sniper tower there. But sadly, the reality came down to the fact that Full Sense just completely dominated this round, and it's going to be our winner chicken dinner. But with that being said, let's quickly hop onto the highlights for match 14. Two matches down, 4 more to go, Kev. That's all of Miramar that we have here for today, folks. Here, so if any team that had great success rate in playing Miramar, that was your only chance, and it's now out the window here. An upcoming match is going to be Rondo Tego and of course naturally ending with 2 Erangels here. This is the time for team to really come into the mix here because we're slowly counting down the last few matches here for teams to either salvage the situation or really kicking into high gear to farm even more points to solidify themselves to go forward to the finals as our top 8.
You know what they say about time being relative? I kind of agree at this point. You know, this is day 3 we've been casting together here, Leonard, and Miramar has gotten shorter and shorter. It felt shorter at the very least because of maybe the anticipation on who's taken over who, but also the jam-packed action that's being thrown in, right? Like this Miramar map was, I think it was a bit more fun-filled comparatively to some of the long drawn-out ones over in day 1. So it's feeling faster and faster, but of course it's potentially down to the anticipation that we have, which I think at this point Windy Esports is already taken over the top 8 position. But the game is not done just yet, right? The tournament still has about 4 more games to go, and that means 4 more chances for some of the teams down at the bottom. Forget about some of the teams down at the bottom, but also a team from the rest of APAC to try and claw their way back up there, because we're seeing our representation disappearing from the face of the earth.
I mean, like currently, of course, naturally, the one, if we talk about from rest of APAC, right, JFT would be the one since they're currently there, right? It's just a matter of maintaining their ranking at this current point of time here, which I mean, they did great. Match 13, our first match of the day, they got 10 points. I thought that was a great start for themselves. Then our last match was match 14. They only walked out with 3 points, no additional places point, unfortunately. They tried to go for this edge fight, which, by the way, it looks really good. I thought they had a really great start when they remove such an iconic player like not iconic esports, but an iconic player like 𝐿𝑆 from Full Sense. I thought, all right, it's a good starter. It's a great morale builder. It's not a very easy play to really flush out. We have seen this past few days, this guy does not shy away or is not even intimidated with the idea if it's a 1v4 scenario. He still took it out. He's not jumping out of the window. He's not smoking out. He's like, nope, throw a flash just to enable me so I can shoot back. That's how it is. That's how he rolls, man.
But you have to also consider this. It takes 2 players to try and take 3 players to try and take out 𝐿𝑆, right? It's not even 2 because 2 got knocked. So you need a third to try and take out 𝐿𝑆. Maybe the third player is at the point where 𝐿𝑆 needs to reload his gun. So that's the opportunity where the third player comes in.
Dude, you know the way you actually like pointed it out, right? I had this flashback from a documentary I watched where back then back in World War I, right, when certain countries didn't have like a ranged way to deal with armored vehicles, they would have like their men to like line up in a Congo line, wearing sandbags, and they just tank as many shots as possible, along with the last man to throw in this group of nades to blow up the armored vehicle. That's insane. But of course, anyway, enough with the documentaries and the history. Let's quickly check out our post stats for Full Sense. This is, of course, naturally not surprising. Even although 𝐿𝑆, he did drop off relatively early. He did get the 2 knocks, but unfortunately no finishes, so no kill counts on him. But he's still doing the damage in. It all came down to their tempo player, their anchor player. That's going to be 𝘁𝑔𝑟, who's doing most of the scouting and playing on point to get those shots in here. And of course, following up, it's going to be Flash and 𝘐𝑓𝑡𝑎𝑑𝑜, who's playing a little bit more of the guy who's going to ensure that no team is going to be flanking from or outmaneuvering the team in their respective spot at Montenegro.
Yeah, but of course, 𝘁𝑔𝑟 is the guy you always can hope for to pull out the big stops for the team of Full Sense. I can't name how many times this man is always under the observer's watch because it's always being played on by him. Right now, nearly 40% of the team points contribution is brought in by this man alone. And even in a previous game itself, it was 𝘁𝑔𝑟 who nearly clutched things out despite going down a little bit too soon. But it doesn't matter. They're playing for fun at this point. All eyes goes to Windy Esports here, who's got 7 kills. 7 kills is about 7 more than what they require, I guess, to take on the #1 spot here. I believe the point differential was about 5 points apart. With kills alone, they've already done it and they succeeded, but they also have placement. So we'll see what that number is later on in the day. Look at that, right across the board. Windy Esports just decided to turn up big time. 13 total points here. 5 of it to pay the deficit, the rest to run along with it.
Yeah, it really paid off for Windy Esports for these past 2 matches now. They dropped some, at least they basically got out of their plane halfway of the flight path as well. Constantly towards being positioned around the center part of the map, and that circle for these past 2 matches has also been somewhat favoring them at the same time with how central it has been. Actually, let's be honest, that two matches alone, I think that circle started off at the exact same area, or at least the exact same side for now here. So naturally, not just Windy, even Savageman Esports took the opportunity to earn as much points as possible with the position that they had here. I was concerned with Savageman with the massive split here. They did lose 2 members. They lose half of the team relatively early here, but they still met it up with placement and a couple of kills towards the end of the round. Windy Esports finally, just to get the conclusion that we're wondering as well, they did overtake JFT with the placement and the kills that they got, and now they're currently our 8th place team.
Oh my god, this is high pressure moments, high pressure situations. I don't even know what's the fate like for all the other teams 9th place onwards, because because JFT is being pushed downwards, they are realistically the only team in a 9th place forward in the bottom half of the table who could potentially compete for a top 8 position. They're at 80 points, and the ones closest to them is only at 60. So right now, they are realistically the only team who can potentially come in with the upset, unless someone does like a back-to-back run.
Okay, so the reason why before our 2 matches, right, for day number 3, right, Keith, the reason why we were including the teams that's currently in the 10th to 12th place within our conversation is because it was at that time where the point differential was pretty close. It seems like the gap isn't too far behind for the teams to overcome. It all comes down to the performances and the merit that the teams will be achieving in these past 2 matches. However, now the narrative has already changed because Windy Esports and GFT, they weren't like night number 2. They weren't stagnating. They weren't chasing after circles. They weren't being third party constantly majority of the time or being at a really disadvantaged spot. They were always getting great circles. They were always getting great spots. That's for Windy. GFT, even though they drop in last, they always come in the circle last. They weren't being passive. No, they were looking for fights. They were crashing into compounds as well because they know for a fact this is the spot which is going to be determining where they stand in this round here. So both of these 2 teams are putting in the work, which is why suddenly now out of the blue it's like why I get your concern, why you're not involved. Now suddenly the discussion within the 10th and 11th team is not somewhere in this conversation at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're talking about possibilities, they're still in the conversation for sure. But what's the likelihood of
still
a
looking
team
for good games?
Yeah, coming in like back to back with the full 10 points placement, decent 10 kills, and so on and so forth, right? And this is assuming Windy doesn't move on forward. So I mean, there's certain conditions. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, Keith. I need to stop you for a second there because like I'm just gonna flip the script for a second there, right? I love that you're pointing that out, but I'm also gonna remind as well, like, what are we going to do with a monster shooter team like Full Sense and Buriram United, right? And Shuffle Esports, this 3 has been hunting teams after teams wherever they go. They're not even putting the brakes on at all. These guys are like, you know what? We are gonna be disciplined. We are pro players. We're just gonna we're gonna play exactly how we play in the finals. That's also a massive concern, Keith.
Is it really? Actually, if points go their way, that's the best case scenario, right?
But the points are them. The win Esports GFT. Majority of our bottom teams, the points are being stolen by them. Or they are part of the points, Keith.
So for me, that's a plus. If it goes their way, that's a plus. Because that's a position you're never going to touch. Let's be honest, right? Like, not everyone's a winner. That's a position some of the bottom teams will never touch already. The biggest concern is if Windy picks up those points. Then that standards are going to go ever higher and slightly higher. And then the fate, your hope and faith goes on with it, because as more maps close out the day, the harder the likelihood it is, and the less chance for error for some of these teams down at the bottom who's still in the running, which right now, again, realistically, JFT, right? So I don't know. What's the game plan from here? Clearly, yesterday's play didn't work, or the day 1 strat didn't work. The day 3 strat worked in the first game, but it was a subpar average. You just got kills, but you didn't really get much of a placement. Do you stick to it? Do you just play your own game? How do you move on from here if you're JFT at this point?
No, Keith, that's why we were saying, right? Like, from what we were experiencing in the first 2 matches, it didn't feel like yesterday's game where it's just pretty much like we're gonna be taking this nice slow approach, or take a very early drive, or more team walking into the circle, trying to secure those good spots and keep their head down. It didn't feel like that anymore. Today it felt like there was a little bit more life into this. as well. They were taking more initiative to actually look for those kills. They wouldn't mind crashing to compound if it means that it resulting in a better spot for them into the actual circle, like just now what we witnessed in Montenegro when they crashed into the compound where Belmont was in as well. So I think so far what JFT is doing is a completely different script with what they had in Night 2 for sure. But at the same time, it feels like the same goes for the rest of the team that's also coming in, right? Especially for our bottom, at least our 9 to 12 team. Felt a lot more different from Night 2 now. Everyone's being a little bit more on point. Everyone's being a little bit more initiative as well, which is pretty much why, like how we saw the circle, right? We had more teams in that circle before even phase 2 than usual, right? It's because even during Night 2, we still saw some teams still playing around the outskirts of the circle. They were still taking their time, getting those loots in. But now that's not the case. Every time we see that circle for phase 2, right, Kip, it's like majority of them is already in there. They're all in there. They're all grouped up and they're saturated there.
Yeah, but still, okay, maybe how do we pave an action plan for JFT? That's still a concern, right?
Kill.
Does that mean we go back to center circle? Or do we still play slow? Maybe they were a bit too slow in that Miramar game with the weird rotations. Maybe that's that.
Dude, let me tell you this, right? I mean, sure, there's so many kinds of variables that could go wrong, right? I mean, this doesn't just apply to JFT, right? It applies to all teams here. The only thing that came down to the real wire, it really means you really need to win out those fights, those shots, those clean fights. But what a circle, by the way. The teams that drop early, they're happy with this. They're all in there. They're fine. But it is at least about 20% of that circle. It is still a massive water area here. So that's also something to think about here for the team. But yeah, other than that, Keith, like, it's just not just for JFT, I think even for Shadow Esports right now, right? It's like they haven't been winning out those clean matchups so far. And also additional variables like third parties also coming into the mix as well. But if they're not winning those fights, they will win it by persistence alone. Because so far, we see JFT currently day number 3 starting off. It's been pretty great. Even Shadow Esports towards the end of last night, their last match of last night, and even today as well, I'm seeing a little bit more grit than usual as well, which is pretty great too.
Swear to God, if I see JFT takes the water route, I'm just throwing the white flag for APAC. It's just no chance. Hey, I'm not crazy, right? I'm not the only one who thinks this, but Saga also said that this team needs to take a bit more risk. Keith, what are you talking about? I'm also saying they should fight more. Aggressive, go bold.
So
that's my point. If I see them take the water coming from the south because they're trying to avoid the confrontation. Remember, they are a team that dropped north. Circle is hard shift south. So if they take the water side, you know they're not taking that risk. And that's you wave the white flag.
No, okay, come on, Keith. Okay, so it's phase 1, right? It's early phases, right? When I talk about them being bold, about them being aggressive, I don't mean like straight up phase 1 crash into someone's house, right? I mean unless that's the narrative, right? But no, I'm talking about like when we get to I believe all teams just want to try to get for intel. No one wants to draw massive amount of blood this early into the phase, right? So I'm talking about when we get to that phase 3, don't keep your head down. Phase 3, just be initiative. Find those players. Go for those kills. Steal kills. Do whatever it takes. I mean, not just apply to JFT, to any teams, right? That's currently fighting for that A spot. Do whatever it takes to get points. Don't leave the round with a donut here. But at the same time, don't leave the round with a very minuscule amount of points. Get like 6-7 kills. That puts you in a nice spot. If you get those 7 kills on top of placements, that puts you even in a more better spot as you make your way through. Because currently we're currently at match 15, so we're like halfway through of day 3 right now, Keith. So now currently on the top of JFT, which is currently what we're witnessing them now here. So far, I don't think they're gonna be finding any team. It's a very large map too. Unless you think otherwise.
They're still in a drop spot. Technically, they landed in Yongcheon, went down, get vehicles, circle back to Yongcheon. So yeah, they need to know. I guess what the pacing is on whether it's time for them to rotate in or not. Understanding that if they are slow, then they have to expect and take those fights. Yes, I agree with you in that part. Then they have to take those fights. I just don't want them to fall into another Miramar situation where they understand that they're rotating slow and they already kind of anticipate people gatekeeping the circle. So then they take another detour and another detour and another detour.
Oh,
yeah.
right,
So that's my point, right? So they need to start getting the points their way pronto at this moment, where they're still in a good position. Team Windy Esports was like 5 points away from them previously. Now they're 5 points away from Windy Esports. So,
5 points ahead.
So
it feels like we're leapfrogging this. Like both of them are just constantly leapfrogging it in the ranking right now.
So you can't help but the spotlight is going to be shone at least within these two interchangeable positions, at least for this game.
True. And even FW Esports right now, right? Like currently we're looking at the points, like total points right now is like what, 80 points currently? That's what JFT currently has right now, if I'm not mistaken, right? And FW Esports currently has 58 points here. So we're slowly starting to see the gap slowly extend even further, right? Because JFT and also both Windy Esports, they were also putting in the numbers in the last two matches. Whether it's for better or for worse, they were still earning something here. Whereas FW Esports, no placements. I believe they did walk down that last one with 2 or 3 kills, or 2 or 3 points, but it's still not really substantial. I know Aurora actually earned a lot of points here, but Real Homie on the other hand, this is just one of those few risks. You're dropping into a spot where there might be a team here, and unfortunately, of all the teams here, it was Iconic Esports who already heard them coming in, already positioned on the roofs here, so we'll be able to greet them in kind and completely annihilate the entire team of Real Homie.
That was a great play coming from Iconic. Yeah, the one convincing battle that they have, right? Because usually it's always I'm hoping at a third party.
For last night's chicken dinner, no.
Which they expected for third parties to step on in, and they had the numbers advantage. Yes, it's still one of the best, more convincing fights. They were hoping for, I believe it was Buriram United to kind of like, was
Buriram
it
and SC?
Yeah,
it was Buriram and SC. Both of them was like just waiting it out to see who greets who first.
Exactly. So Iconic, like usually those are their win conditions. For this one, I mean, to be fair, Real Homie had both hands tied behind their back. They couldn't shoot back at that point.
Yeah, I mean it's that kind of risk, right? When you take that early, especially when you're dropping in early into using emergency pickup early into phase 1, right? Like you drop into a place where there's a whole team grouped up there. We never had that situation before so far until basically now. That was the first encounter where an emergency pickup actually led to a full wide squad by another full squad member who was greeting them at the same place.
Dude, right, hang on with that thought, because Windy, if they go out here, chance for JFT, only one member left, 𝐴𝑚𝑜D. There we go. 6, 7, 8, 9, 𝐴𝑚𝑜D actually, the final member. They get 0 points from here. Really, this is literally God's gate open on you, saying, JFT, please do take the risks right now. Any points is points to set you apart from that. It's right there. I'm pretty sure they get the notification as well. This team has been eliminated. Go ham.
Yeah. Although it's really well done coming from FFL here, and it's been a downward spiral for FFL. They have their I'm not gonna lie, there was a couple of highlight moments that they had in this past 2 nights now, but they just was not just able to find their bearing, or I guess you could say their own second win to really climb up the ladder here. And the point differential is just too far apart. So I don't think they're gonna be able to really be part of the conversation for that spot here. But hey, they've shown us some great games, some great moments. Might as well just be a nuisance. Like, shutting down Windy Esports. JFT is smiling with glee right now. It's like, oh, that's great. You guys did me a solid. Thank you.
That's more than a solid. Right now, whoever did that, my God, you owed him big time. Like really, send him a fruit basket or something.
I think it was spoiled from the long region distance, my friend. If you say send him a gift card, that still sounds fine. Send him a fruit basket.
Nah, man.
Just get rotten fruit instead. Just be like.
You can't send gift cards, dude. People are gonna say, gift cards is technically money on the inside, and is this like a paid thing? So no.
Not gift card. A note, all right. I mean, I used to call it gift card, right? Just send him a note, a letter of gratitude, right? Just like, thanks, buddy. But let me tell you something. The teams will be even more thankful, or at least I'll be thankful, if the circle went full down south. Go south. Go south.
That disappointment. Look at JFT! What are they doing?
No, they're taking their time with this, kid. They're taking their time with this. No, because like at the same time, because do take into account, Keith, the zone doesn't hurt that much, right? Coming in this late, you might encounter one too many teams. Might as well just come in slightly later. Sure, your odds may not be as crazy, unless you have an E pick out like what 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑖𝑚 is currently having, right? And by the way, 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑖𝑚 has been absolutely phenomenal so far. Currently duking it out with full sense here. 𝐷𝐼 Gaming also been fantastic so far. They are having a little bit of a Mad Max situation here. I believe even FW Esports having a similar idea, as they're all making massive rotation to get better spots into that center part of that phase 2 here. A lot of open fields, a couple of tails with forestry here. But look at the compounds here. Is FW Esports running into full sense here? Probably not the team you want to find into as well. Here's the drop coming at the same time. Gonna be able to greet as many members as possible. And FW Esports much needed points to be part of the conversation here. So entire squad worth of points. It's gonna help them elevate their gap a lot more closer now.
Yeah, if they get a chicken dinner here, FW, they're definitely in the conversation. But yeah, just to go, okay, humor me, right? If you're JFT, what's your strength? Do you take far marksman shot, or are they known for close quarter? Because in my personal take on witnessing the team, they excel in the aggressive playstyle close quarter, right? So that's why maybe going to the center kind of worked for them, because they just take down compounds and then fight from there. It didn't work for them in day 2. Then they tried to play it slower, which could be a good idea if they're playing from the edge. That means they don't get overwhelmed with too many teams at one spot. But now they're just rotating in very, very slow. So you're not playing to your strengths then, if that's the case, aren't you?
I mean, it's also pretty hard to tell as well, right? It all comes to the kind of regions they were coming out from, right? Like, for example, like previously in the Master Series, where JFT and Shadow Esports, it wasn't such a very frag-centric lobby. It was just like that one or two team that was a lot more aggressive than usual. Then other than that, teams are just either playing around the edges, playing for positioning, playing for compounds. They weren't really revealing themselves too much compared to like what we've been witnessing so far from the Thai and Vietnam teams as well here. So it's that kind of thing where I want to say that a certain play style that JFT that we were witnessing back in Master Series, but then when I'm trying to transition it to this kind of lobby, and I'm like, dude, that's a lot of strong shooters here. Shooters like teams that came from a very frag-centric region as well here as well. So it's a pretty tough call. I'm not gonna lie. They haven't been winning a lot of those clean fights as well. Even that chicken dinner wins on day number 1, right? There was just, if I'm not mistaken, it was just pairing with like 2 or 3 kills. It wasn't really a lot.
6 on average. Yeah.
6, I believe the 6th one was the second chicken dinner, right? Like their second one. The first one was practically just 3 points, or if I'm not mistaken here.
I think both
practically just finisher.
6 kills on both sides. Like as an average, whenever they get chicken, it's like 6 kills, which is not overwhelmingly great because we've seen like 13.
Oh yeah, you're right. 6 kills average, yes.
But yeah, but at least you know there's something there. There's something there when they're holding down compounds. That's what they're really good for, right? But okay, I mean, we'll see. Benefit of the doubt.
I mean, you gotta work with what you get, right? With the kind of teams you're going up against, right?
Right now, if they go up against each other, oh no, Dusky.
Oh, 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑖𝑚, man.
You're deep in enemy line. So
but like I said, man, it no matter what we say, no matter what tactics we talked about before, you just need to win out those gunfights. It's a shooter, right? It's a battle royale 4-player shooter. All those duels, all those clean fights. Yeah, just straight up clean fights. You just gotta win those and you're fine. Look at Khan, as usual, not having 4 members currently based in the building. So there's always going to be that one player playing on the outskirts here. They're at least prepare for that flank to flush them out. I don't think they know Khan is currently on the outskirts for now. Let's go for the swing. I think one of the members didn't manage to spot them out here. Now they know, okay, there's one member of Buriram currently on the outskirts here. One of them got back into the BRDM, trying to ram him down here, but Eddie will be able to find Sanctuary back into the buildings here, and Khan is just trying to flush out whatever remaining teams that they can find here. They have one, they had a player count of 1, but what about the second player, the last remaining player of JFT, and that's Suspect. Trying to play around the rocks, he reveals himself, didn't get the opportunity to go for the finisher here. Trying to go for a little bit of a pre-firing spray through the smoke, connects to no one here. And now we're back to square one again, Keith, when no teams has actual full proper intel on the positioning of the remaining members.
He's got to be careful though. They have to end it fast before they go in with the pickup on Riz. Now, we mentioned, Suspect getting hit from the head top. Has got to be careful there. There is a balcony in which they can look to perch 𝘐𝑲𝑅𝑠 as well. Positioned on the top side. They're going in with the pickup, I believe. If JFT don't look to make the push, this could be bad. Pivy needs to leave the BRDM at this point. You've tried circling the compound. It's not working, buddy. There's not enough space for you to roll one over.
Oh, what a nade.
Oh, nade right there. Catches onto Suspect as well behind the rock. They kind of had pretty much an instinct that he was there. They shot him once. Where else could it be, right? But now, finally, leaving that vehicle, the armored vehicle. Can we see the aggression of JFT here up against the like of Buriram? Now they're playing the composed ones. So the table has been turned. Can it match? 𝘐𝑲𝑅𝑠 steady on the aim. Expects someone to walk past by it. But Khan now has got a shotgun in hand. So that's going to pump a whole lot of damage. And all it takes is potentially just one good hit. One good hit to take him down. Might jump in from the head side. He's thinking about it, and that footsteps has been transmitting some of those information. But really, JFT, super composed. 𝘐𝑲𝑅𝑠 not trying to make too much of a movement here. Just wanting the mistakes to come out from the side of Buriram instead. And I think that opportunity might come in soon enough, as 3 members now occupies the house in which 𝘐𝑲𝑅𝑠 currently is waiting by the window side.
While we're waiting for the conclusion of that fight, it seems on the other hand, looks like Shadow Esports, they know for the fact they're 1 member down. The 1 member out of commission, 1 member down. It's just Jackson and Setsuna. They know for the fact that, you know what? This is a very dire situation. Just Maya should try to get those kills out here. Just get as many points as much as possible before we leave here. It's not a good spot that we're in the first place as well. So Maya should just dug deep in, secure those kills, and that's what Setsuna is going to be able to achieve here. Whereas on the other side, it looks like 𝘐𝑲𝑅𝑠 is going to be able to find one of the members here. We might see the conclusion. It's going to be ending pretty soon as well between Buriram and JFT. And now they're down to the 1v2s here. Although I did spot Eddie going in for the revives on Khan here. So that fight is gonna swiftly shift. That balance is gonna shift back to that 1v3. And it's gonna be a very tough situation for JFT to bring out that win unless he get those headshots in. Flash on the other hand had a couple of skirmish, a very small skirmish here along against Full Sense and FFL. Sorry, no Full Sense and FFL. FFL decides to make the rotation in alongside with TDT, whereas Full Sense not making headway just yet. He knows as a team here do not want to have their back, do not want to have Team Flash to be at the back as they make their way in here. So they will take their time to clear this in while making headway.
Well, I guess good news for the side of JFT. Windy Esports has been, held back for a bit, so he's not going to be able to try and increase that gap. But wishing for that itself is just sad to say. Meanwhile, Riz getting more kills across the board for Buriram United, expediting even further their lead within this tournament. Not the worst of outcomes. This is as good as it can get for some of these teams contesting for the 8th position here. Lun. So patiently spots one out on the right side, but it will be Savage Man that gets taken out here. Buriram United leaving only 1 member left alive here. Surely, if JFT actually come in to capitalize that moment, could have been a sweet spot.
Oh, but then again, what a flick coming in for Lun on Riz, man. That was absolutely smooth, that's for sure. But, unfortunately, Buriram gonna be just constantly just scaling into this circle here with all the kills that they have been finding so far. 1 team, Savage Man on top of that. Although Dusky will take the most safer route, prioritizing survivability. Placement will be the name of the game here. I did love the initial aggression here, but not enough apparently, since it gave a little bit of an extra breathing room for Buriram to reset for some of their players here. Nice knock coming from Brian. Then again, that nade rolls in a little bit too far, but the defenses will come down to allow Brian to try to go for resets here.
Yeah, that would be the 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports bombarded off by a concussive nade here. Aurora picks up that kill. Now going feeding points towards the side of Aurora might not be a bad idea after all, at least for the rest of APAC here. But it's a far-fetched still to try and contest that top 8 position. They will try. Meanwhile, Team Flash, who's solidified themselves within the top 8, can look to gun for more. Has got these smokes being shot on forward as an introduction, but that car is red hot. Firing right off the hood here. Will avoid some of that explosions. But now, they have to be careful. FW has got people in sight. I believe that would be Team Flash themselves. He's getting tapped down by Banana 1. Would find himself behind a rock, so at the very least, they find themselves a step forward here. But this, I'm not sure if this member can ever find their way onto covers besides the smokes. Banana 1 gets none, but he does alert the rest of Team Flash on where his position is.
Yeah. The great timing with the smoke trails being pre-set up as well. He lost the vehicle. Before the vehicle actually blew up as well, he instantly tossed lobbed a couple out just to give him a little bit of a breathing room and try to figure out what's going to be the next point of attack in terms of rotations here. Finds no chance at all with how open the open planes here, by the way. So chooses to fall back. We'll be playing outside the zone for now here. Gonna be gatekeepered away by FW Esports here, and this is fine for them. They want to farm points here. They're in a really good spot with 6 kills on their belt and a full 4-man party here. So adding more points before they make their way to the final phase is going to be absolutely beneficial for them. They do not shy from this. They want these points. They spot all those players. They know they're already down a vehicle. They're down a member. They're trying to look for a couple of few. But with that smoke dissipated away, I think he realized they're going to succumb themselves to the zone. Meanwhile, on the other side, 𝐼𝐶onic Esports, they have a BRDM of their own here. It looks like they'll be able to have a nice flanking maneuver on one of the members of Team Aurora here, allowing them to get 6 kills in total here, despite 2 men down. And this is great. You already know your 2 members short. Your point of aggression, any points of execution, it will be relatively hard the next few phases. Might as well take this chance to farm those kills, get those knocks, steal those kills if you can, and just try to third party as much as possible. Since, especially if you notice as well, not only is 𝐼𝐶onic in the circle, but he's currently able to have a bird's eye view of 3 separate squads and potentially third partying all 3 at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to feed towards the way of 𝐼𝐶onic. I mean, they have to be careful though. FW is just perching over those hills as well. So you know what they say, there's always a bigger fish in the sea, and if 𝐼𝐶onic overstate their welcome or get a little bit negligent towards their back end, that could be greeted. But the likes of Buriram, who's also nearby within the area here. But for the time being, prime position for a third-party pickoff. Aurora has to scale uphill. It's an uphill battle quite literally as well. And being the sole survivor, 5 kills already for the team. So it looks like in terms of the kill part, he's hit the threshold at the very least. Maybe looks towards the play for that placement, but he's been spot out by the rest of Buriram. Thankfully for TDT in the rear end, that will pretty much split his attention. But as I say that, I guess he will bow out eventually. And to drop in his place a barricade as well.
That is an unfortunate turns of events here, but you know, it's all about the build-up here. They didn't leave the round with no points over themselves here, and then eventually all they are looking for is for that one good game here. Potentially, whether is it going to be from the very comfort map of 2 maps of Erangel here, or later when we get to Rondo. However, for now, they just had to be Aurora just had to be set up for 5. 𝐼𝐶onic Esports, on the other hand, it seems like they're not really going to be out of this race just yet. They want a third party. They want to farm a couple more points on themselves. We'll be making a very bold and aggressive approach here. They want this kill. They know he's alone as well, and they want to try to shut him down. This is a vehicle with no wheels, by the way. Since it was parked out in the open here. So Team TDT, Van is the last player standing, but instead of tanking it out, it looks like Banana 1 is going to be the one to secure it, and that's going to make them 7 kills in total here. right now we're seeing a lot of teams slowly building up that foundation to prep for a really great game that's going to be coming in here. But for now, Iconic, ever since from last night's chicken dinner win, now they're back into that top 4 for themselves here. They had a rough run in all of their Miramar matches here, but when it came to outside of the Dusty Dunes, it seems they're finding greater success here, and also skyrocketing up that leaderboard.
I like Dusky's play right now. He's the sole survivor, and really he understands that they've got 1 kill. They only need X amount from placements to be able to fulfill that 5 points differential. So he's going to play safe for the time being. Sprays onto the way of Iconic even, right? Just to dissuade them, thinking that there might be a full squad here. 𝘓𝘓 might have heard that, but meanwhile, compound fights over in FWE Esports up against Iconic, who is joining the area. Chopper is the only one left, and FW can look to go in with the pickup. So ultimate trade goes to their side, and it's all 4 members running against a single Chopper. Can he look to get out of there? And he will not. 10 kills onto the side of FWE Esports. Really, if they get this chicken dinner, we mentioned it earlier on, they will be in the conversation to take over the top 8 position. But we will see, as it's really still too early to make that call. But they do have 3 members strong up against 𝘓𝘓's 2. They have 4 members strong now, especially with that pickup. JFD, the single member, Dusky gets shot down from the side there. Riz, unless Dusky has got something to say about it. Riz is taking a little bit more damage than he'd like to, but it is Justice for Tomorrow who goes out. 𝘓𝘓 United takes the 10 kills, but he is burning himself out and giving the free chicken dinner away onto the side of FWE Esports, moving forward for the team in Thailand.
Oh man, especially that final fight towards the end there, the fight left unfinished from their initial engagement from their previous compound as well. So in the end, 𝘓𝘓 did manage to come out to the final win of that deal, but of course making a judgment call to just succumb themselves, like by taking themselves out of the competition. So FWE Esports doesn't earn any more points, but guess what, kid? FWE Esports has earned more than enough point placement and kills that was achieved by each of the individual players. So our chicken dinner winner is going to go down to FWE Esports here. So let's quickly jump into our match highlights. Match 15 highlights, that's pretty much all. We're currently with 3 maps down. We're halfway through for our final night of this PGS APAC qualifiers play-in for the Phase 2 2025. It's been an incredible journey, but at the same time, now the pressure is an all-time high now. Now the teams can no longer say things like, don't worry guys, there's gonna be another round, They could have said this on our first match of day 3.
Technically, they can say that with the next 3 rounds we still have for the day.
No, oh yeah, next 3 months, yeah. See, now you're the positive. So it's now here's the weird situation. Usually I'm the positive one, and you're the one that's always like being the realistic one. Now the table has turned. It's a pretty weird Freaky Friday situation we're having now.
No, I'm just saying, man. Objectively speaking, they could say, "Well, we still got 3 more games, guys. We can do it." I mean, for the likes of like JFT and now even FW Esports, for them, like 1 game away, right? 1 game away. So for them, it's like they can technically say, "Oh, we still got 1 more round." And
it depends. Yeah, you're right. It depends on which team, right? If it's like right now, like FW Esports, JFT, and Windy, they can still say things like, "All right, we still have another round." But for teams that's requiring to have more matches win than usual for this final day, teams like, for example, Savage Man Esports or Real Homie, yeah, it's like pretty much long gone at this point here, right?
Yeah. But anyways, we still have 3 more, the final 3 maps as a countdown to end the Championship Sunday here. And what we say Championship Sunday, really, we're just doing the qualifiers, bro. This is just the play-ins for some of these teams.
I know, it's just the top 8. Like, and the thing is, the crazy thing about it is, compared to our usual Saturday as well, it's not like we're looking at for the top 3 teams. That's when you start seeing the competition gets pretty heated up, right? But it's only the top 8 to move forward here.
Yep, and we'll find out who that top 8 is later on when we get into the 3 match. Right now, a quick break from the both of us here in the APAC qualifier of the PUBG Global Series. See you in a bit.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Three matches down, three more to go to find out who's going to be our top 8 to go to the final stage. It's the PGS APAC Qualified 2025 Phase 2, the play-in stage. I'm Len, also known as the only, and Chris is at the castles that we 𝐾𝐿𝐴. As we have been walking through this the entire past few nights of the tournament as it is here, as we find out which of the top 8 will be going to the finals itself to compete with our other top 8 teams in the final to represent our APAC region in the PGS 9 and 10.
Oh, it's gonna go down to the wire right now. 3 games to go, 3 potential teams to take up the top 8. We're looking at Windy Esports, JFT, and now just recently FW Esports with 10 kills and a placement point. They are definitely back in conversations. Previously, they were at 60-ish points itself. So right now, 80-ish is that benchmark. And here they are, pulling the impossible, especially when time needed it most. And that is all thanks to Banana1 as being one of the main contributors of this team. 4 kills, 491 damage. Might be subpar in the damage department, but man, this guy has been pulling all the stops for FW Esports today.
It's a real team effort here, Keith. Sure, 4 kills, 491. It doesn't look that much, but when we start seeing like the entire team's post stats, then we all start to get a little bit of a bigger picture. These guys are rarely split off from each other. They're always grouping up. They're pushing as one. They have a very solid body system. If one player falls, there's also going to be another player to follow up with, which is what we saw towards the end when 𝐾𝐿𝐴 and one of their members was pushing into Iconic Esports as well, to ensure that not only do they secure the kill, but they also secure the pick-me-up for one of their fallen teammates here as well. It's really cool to see the... Oh yeah, Although I would have loved to see a final showdown between FW Esports and Buriram, because as you know, as a majority of the members of FW Esports did hail from Buriram back during the PUBG Continental Series. If you guys have been around for that long, you definitely could feel like the whole an absolute chills for that potential fighter. I was very excited, but you know, they decided to go out, but Buriram decided to go out in their own manner, in their own case here, just to deny FW Esports the most needed points to ensure that they actually can really fly up the ladder here. But at 20 points in total that they earned, well-deserved earned points. They should really look really great on that report card for that leaderboard as we slowly move into this, Keith.
That's a very crucial point denied though, but nevertheless, here they are, 8th place right now, FW Esports, by the skins of it. 1 point ahead of JFT, and JFT 1 point ahead of Windy Esports. Oh my god, we cannot have scripted this any better, right? 3 match down, competition between the 3 teams. We don't even care for the ones on top. Congratulations to you. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. But what the teams on the top can do is deny points away from the 3 teams that needed it most.
All right, the biggest problem is not whether the teams is whether they want to earn points or not, but mostly being denied because of monsters like Buriram and Full Sense going on an absolute tear. If it's not the 2, it would have been Armory Gaming and TDT alongside with Sharper Esports as well, because these guys are not willing to not allowing these guys any room of relaxation, not even allowing them to cut some slacks here at all. They're just constantly roaming around, hunting down players as they really make their way through this year. Sure, it is a massive trials for all of our bottom 8 teams to really climb back up to secure the 8th spot for themselves here. But hey, by hook or by crook, they are making it work here. Whether is it in the form of chicken dinner or their accumulation for these past 3 nights, or a really good game from 1 or 2 good games during day number 3 here today. We'll just have to see how well the team fares as we're finally dwindling down to our final 3 maps here.
Oh, it's going down to the wire, and I love this feeling. The anticipation, the unknown. You can't even point out who the next victor is going to be. Although I could kind of statistically point that one.
Yeah,
out,
roughly,
right?
right?
Roughly, Windy Esports historically has done, I guess, a little bit more consistent throughout between the 3 teams itself, right? I mean, we're looking at the top 8 position, so we're just comparing the 3 teams for now. And if I were to put like a pin drop on the most likely, I think Windy somehow stands out a little far bit more consistent. Like FW Esports, they had this one stride, but have they ever been able to like secure themselves within the top part of the leaderboards anytime? No, not really. I think JFD would take a close second and then goes to FW Esports. But of course, I could be wrong. Again, they're all just 1 to 2 points apart.
Actually, in terms of FW Esports track record, right, for this past year, it has been a real roller coaster of a scoreboard for them, because it's more like night 1. They're always either in the 14 place, 14 or 13 place, and suddenly two out of the 6 matches, they'll get like second placements back to back. Second place is top 3, 6 to 3 kills in each respective one, and then we're back to the 11. We're back to the bottom part of the ranking. Then it's suddenly like today they're flying back up again to the top 4. So it's been a real roller coaster for FW Esports so far. Haven't been somewhat consistent, except the fact that they're just fluctuating between either the top 4 or the bottom 4.
And this is what I hate, right? Because now the next few games, we're gonna be like counting cards, seeing, oh, okay, this team is eliminated. Oh, this team is eliminated early too. All the path onto the way of this team, and so on and so forth. We're not even cheering them on to win at this point. It's like cheering on the team who makes the least amount of mistakes or unlucky. Right, so I don't want the competition to swing that way, but right now we're headed towards destination negative.
Yeah, it gets pretty tough as well. Like, and naturally, the biggest challenge for a lot of these teams is just trying to be as consistent as much as possible, right? For every match, right? Try to not only being consistent each match, but also balancing out both placement and kills. But when you're also not winning out those fights, it just makes that even more difficult for you to achieve, because you can have all the tactics, right? You can have a really good position, you can have a really good spot, you can have a really good plan on how you want to migrate, all that route migration for yourself, right? But if you're still not winning out those crucial fights that usually would determine how you scale into the final phase of the circle, that's also another problem of its own here. So far, we haven't been seeing any consistency, at least between the teams that's been fluctuating around that 8th placing so far, compared to like teams like Full Sense, Buriram, Armory Gaming, Sharper Esports, TDT. It's so rare to see like 5, at least currently our top 5, at least these 5 teams here, our Thai and Vietnam teams, struggling in much of this gunfight unless they're getting third party by multiple teams, right? So New House Esports, although they're currently like, they've been in a really weird situation where if you give them a good position, they're going to be farming kills. If they're in an off position or an outskirts or something which they're not favoring the team composition at all, they will struggle.
Well, enough with the theory crafting. Here we are. After a quick break, we're jumping away into what seems to be my favorite in-flight entertainment. A little bit of an upbeat music to match the tempo and the heartbeats that we're feeling right now, especially when things are this heated in the tournament. It is match 16 out of the 18. After this, it's 2 more left for the day, so keep your eyes peeled onto the screen as we take it away over in Ronmeng.
Please, Jadena City. We haven't really got a circle that shifted towards the south and eastern side. I would love to see it, because there's a lot of compound. There's one too many variables that could go right or could go wrong, because there's also the addition with the whole bridges and the water areas. I'm also interested in that, or maybe Hongshan also will be pretty fun. towards the southern side of that town, but you know, we haven't been getting any southern circles too much on this side. And once again, we get a north circle, which is pretty much a lot of highlights, and by the way, a lot of free real estate towards that north side. There's no team that's going to be there. So if teams like Windy Esports, who's pretty close to actually taking that massive route towards the north side, is also somewhat viable for them. A lot of these guys have been keeping track on a lot of the teams, especially when they're doing these long dives down from the flight path. So there's quite a few options for how the teams really want to interact in terms of rerouting themselves into the circle. If they want to take the direct approach, they can. By the way, they can so go for it. By the way, by all means, do it. No problem. It's just that you're going to be engaging with a decent amount of teams at the same time, since that flight path did slowly shift it towards that southern side.
It's a decent cut, though. I mean, we've had some Miramar today. We've had a lot of grasslands with the 𝐷𝐴𝐿. Right now, this one, we get both the best of both worlds within that circle. So I guess...
I didn't get my Jadena City, man.
I was actually hoping it goes all the way down to south and west side, the
right?
barren land.
Oh, south and west?
Yeah, the weird.
Yeah, okay.
The weird
okay,
corner.
Fine.
Yeah.
Everyone's like explaining, or at least trying to theorize, like why we won there. The team's like, I just want the weird corner. I don't know why, but it looks weird. Let's just have it there.
It looks like a spot nobody wants to go there. It's just giving that aura, you know. I'm just reading it right.
You're the kind of party planner in that office party where just like, I don't know which restaurant we're going to, but we'll just go that one. Why? I don't know. This list just looks really weird and shady.
Just trust me on this.
I don't know why, but I like it. Let's go.
It's called spontaneity, man. You try it sometimes.
But so far, it looks like the teams usually it has this neon track, right, has always been one of the few favorite spots for Buriram. I think whenever there's the chance, it's usually Buriram or Sharper Esports, right? So this time it's gonna be Iconic Esports. We do see new house Esports. Wow, wasting no time at all. Got this, not to say a substantial amount of loot. I guess it's just a decent amount here. I believe they're just either going to be trying to land at the middle part of the map here, or at least get some vantage point. There is still a decent mountain spots here, at least towards the north side of 𝐷𝐴𝐿. So could be a nice spot for them to really perch on, the term that you've been using so far, and just get some peppering down on some of the teams here.
Clever making the first move. Maybe something JFT want to take a little bit of a page from. You know, it's so far the weird last minute entry still results in nothing at all. So maybe, you know, a bit securing it a little bit early, maybe a good plan. I'm not just saying right now. You're 1 point away. Might want to consider it, but also have to consider that people always get shot down during the transit, and we've seen at least 2 teams previously getting gunned down from their flight path here, so they have to be careful. With that, FFL has pretty much revealed that this compound is up for grabs, but they're gonna have to fight for it, blood, sweat, and tears. But Brownie gets that trade onto NHE T176, so that's a good entry as it is. More from the window side here, knocks him pretty low, but not just down just yet. Spots one, going aggro through. 𝐷𝐴𝐿 gets one on the best, but 𝘬𝘪𝘀 in with the nade. Gonna clip onto someone, no. Secures that kill with the best though. 13-0-1 was his dog tag. So that's what it was spelt, and now Brian priming up the grenades. Still have 3 members from FFL, but a nade connects through. Brownie gets caught within that shockwave itself. 𝐷𝐴𝐿 now playing behind a hay belt. Not the best of covers. Realistically, they're not impenetrable, but well, in this game, physics just works differently than real life. So, fight for life. 𝐿G has got the window side being peeked out, but 𝘬𝘪𝘀 gets knocked down immediately. 𝐷𝐴𝐿, he was real nearby there. Could have gone in with the swing, but of course he does not know. As they were statically picking each other up, there's not much of an audio cue to pretty much give him some sort of a confidence to go in for the push here. But FFL has got all members back up despite their effort. Likewise can be said onto NHE side. All 4 members standing strong. Perhaps this window peak, if they can get the punish. 𝐿G with the nades right in. 𝘬𝘪𝘀 again just priming things up. This guy might be the grenade here. you've been looking for, but on side of NHE. Diane now coming in flank side, gets a few packs through the window. With one member down, he can look to make a push, spots him out, and that is FFL bowing out without a life.
Now this is very cool, right? Because so far we have always been seeing, or at least observing, Diane from his DMR bolt action point of view, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he has almost accumulated 1,000 sniper damage just from his bolt action rifle all alone. So it's interesting to see him coming in with the regular auto rifle to see how well he will fare with this. But of course, another emergency pickup is going to be coming in from the likes of FW Esports. They had a really fantastic run. Now and of course feeling absolutely livid with the win that they managed to secure for themselves and a substantial amount of points. Now it's just a matter of maintaining that momentum here, because currently he's the gatekeeper, right? If FW Esports does even better, even more better in this one, actually not just FW Esports, like if JFT and Windy also falling behind in this, then we might even see that the fact that it may not even be a discussion of just the 8th place anymore. We might see teams also start flying off. Teams that's currently in the 5th and 6th place might also be changing right now, because 87 to 97 point, 10-point differential. We just saw how easy it is for a team to just slingshot to the top spot with 20 to earn 20 points in one single round. There goes a slight ditch. That's gonna cause a slight detouring for PV, an unexpected one. But yeah, you know, it's pretty close.
JFT, they are making a move. They seem like they're heading towards circle relatively early compared to the 2 other games, which could be a good thing. Happy to see them try something new. Meanwhile, Team Flash, I think this is a team as well who until yesterday was over in the elimination spot in the bottom 9 position, or the bottom 8 position, but they secured themselves up in 7 towards the end of day number 2. Right now, still maintaining their spot. They are still one of those teams that can easily be surpassed within the next few days here. Oh, the next few days. I mean, the next few matches here. We don't have a day more after this one, so they cannot look to slack off as well. Can't be too comfortable in just like 2 more games, or even this one. We'll see them move and shift downwards here if they bow out a little bit too soon. Thankfully, to some of the plays that they've put in today that did contribute to the points, buffer them up a little bit right now, and might come in conflict with the likes of Aurora.
𝘠𝘕. Now these guys have literally went through all kinds of roller coaster of a situation, rough patches, literally having team wipe just from a single emergency pickup dropped as well. Just haven't really been able to just catch a break so far. And even whenever they try, this team just keeps forcing them into a situation where they just have to take fights head on, whether they like it or not. Hansi, by the way, good attempt with the sprays here. We did see one connect. Not enough to go for the drop, unfortunately. So it looks like some of the members should be able to have a very smooth transitioning into the circle. And now we're looking finally going towards our phase 2, right? Phase 1, everyone has a really nice spots. It's a pretty fair circle as well, once more for the phase 2 as well. Pretty dead set in the center. We might see even more edge combat coming to a lot of these teams, because there's just not a lot of territory for teams to play with here. It's a lot of uphill mountains and hills for teams to really deal with. Still a couple of compounds for teams to play with towards the center side, but I think teams also would also have come to the realization where, okay, there's going to be a team there. I came in late, particularly more later than, especially for teams that's actually dropped down much later towards that eastern side of the flight path. Neb was also able to have a really good shot on Shoehorse here. So that's gonna be a finisher. Actually, no, it's not really a good knock. It's actually more of a finisher here. So now JFT coming in with 1 member shot, whereas on the other hand, 𝐴𝑝OC sees a potential target, trying to get a more solid footing before he gets into it. Just trying to find a moment. If I get the shot, can I get the flush? He's been bobbing and weaving. It seems like there's a ditch for him to play off with here. So I think 𝐴𝑝OC also realized that, okay, maybe this is not a shot I want to take right now. Don't think I'm going to be able to get the flush for it. His teammate is within the vicinity, so the reinforcement will be somewhat quick. Whereas on the other side, it looks like Full Send is going to be engaging upon Iconic Esports. Good games in the zone coming from Ticket as well. Just checking in that outskirts too. And with a solid body system back to back. Full Send will not only crash into this respective compound, but also will take it for themselves. 4 points. Iconic Esports out for the count.
Oh, Windy should have maybe tried that opportunity right there, because I think that they noticed that Full Sense was focused on another team. If they would have come in that point, maybe they could have gotten some much needed points across the board, but I respect that. Trigger discipline. Maybe too risky of a play. And we saw just now JFT Shoehorse get tagged down by _𝐴𝑚𝑒, which is great because I saw them finally playing within the circle already. So they're not trying to delay things out. And it's not as detrimental as you think. Losing a one member, sure, but then it's still far better of a fighting chance than it would be losing like all 4 during a rotation itself. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports gets onto Thanadol, so no more painkillers for the time being on the side of on FS itself. But Windy, now it's on to them to pick up those points. Joe goes down against the Savage Man itself, but now they're the ones being pincered. As Savage Man has got, ooh, actually blows himself out right there. 𝘁𝑒𝑎 with the Panzerfaust. 3 pointers going to the side of Windy Esports.
And it was also the same. That Savage Man Esports was coming in with the E pickup as well. Although it felt like a close fight initially, since Windy Esports also had 6, 7, 8, 9 knockdown. 𝐴𝑚𝑒 was also about to follow in the suit, just couldn't find a headshot on the outskirts to really clear things out. Might have been a little bit of a different narrative, but 𝘁𝑒𝑎, we didn't really get his POV initially, but I think he was just trying to do a jump shot with the Panzerfaust and just end up collaring one of the window frames and causing him to knock down at the same time. Whereas on the other hand, more teams are trying to make a more desperate rotation, a very bold rotation into the circle. They know they're going to be running into 1 or 2 teams here, and we've seen some of them did lose a couple of players or a couple of team members in the process here. Now we're moving, checking out the phase 3. Oh, that's a hard shift towards that southern side. We do see an E pickup coming in, and it's going to be members of JFT here. Now they know the circle is shifted towards the downside, and by the way, their cargo plane almost, that cargo chopper almost literally went over the country. So they might be dropping out that plane much more earlier than expected, but I guess we're not going to be POV anytime soon. But on the other side, Aurora within the facility as Sharper Esports, as they're currently Sharper Esports, as we noticed as well, playing around the banks of that hill. A little bit of a cliff play here. They know the is the blue wall to be their rear end here. So no team's gonna be not gonna be able to third party from the backside. They just have to focus on the team that's currently in front of them.
I'd say advantage goes to Aurora in this engagement. Surely they're somewhat closer towards the inside of the circle, but Sharpa understands that, immediately goes for a rotation instead. So no longer does the pressure is on them. And now they're turning the tables around. Actually, they can look to gatekeep the likes of Aurora, it seems, in this position. Meanwhile, FW, another one of those teams contesting for the 8th place, just barely being surpassed earlier on. Could look to pick up more kills on their way. Meanwhile, 𝑟𝑢 going up against Buriram United. So the best of the table going up to one of the worst.
Still trying to duke it out. They have also earned their self here in the tournament as well. This new team, definitely new bloods coming in the mix. They're getting so much experience from all the veteran players that we have here. Teams has been here dating for 6 to 8 years now as well. But at the same time, 𝑟𝑢 definitely has been going through a couple, maybe 1 too many rough patches for now. But of course, naturally, they are going down. They did come from a region that's frag-centric here, so this is not all too new to them here. Now they just need to find the shots, find the heads, to get the knocks, to turn the outcome of those duels back into their favor here. And now even Buriram having the back against the wall while trying to clear out members of 𝑟𝑢 here, but they cannot prolong this fight for too long. As if I'm not mistaken as well, AG is currently within the vicinity, although during mid-rotation here, but it won't take them too long to find a spot for themselves here to start peppering down the members of Buriram or 𝑟𝑢, regardless of who the victor is currently on this western side.
Buriram find themselves in difficult situations, and that's saying a lot. They don't often not come out on top, but right now that's a possibility, especially with that nade. Tanbin showed them who's boss. calling us the worst and the best here. And they proved themselves that they can stand toe-to-toe against Giants. Congratulations to them, but fight's not over just yet. At least for the rest of the other teams who's still well within his lobby. We do see rotations coming out here, getting shot down. TPT win the esports as bloodthirsty for those kills, and they're getting a few across the boards. FW now back in the top 8 position based on the live counter and scores here. Windy will have to work a little bit harder just to get those points across the board. Meanwhile, JFT, one member left, thanking the blue. It seems that their run might be harder post this match with the last 2 Erangel of the day.
Oh yeah, the pressure is really on for a lot of these guys, especially where initially both Windy and JFT, they initially were in the top 8 and now they're literally being pushed out here. Sure, they've been trying to get a point since match 13 here for our day 3 here, but it just seems the effort is just not enough. Not while Teams is currently flying off the scoreboard like what FW Esports did. 20 points compared to the 7 that you earned doesn't seem much of a fair comparison here. So even with the positioning you notice from Windy Esports, sure, you're not exactly in the center part of the circle here, but it's too good of a spot, and I'm also concerned of the fact that they're a little bit too worried at the fact that too many teams contesting for this high ground, so there's too much risk involved. So Windy chooses to stay in their current compound for Sanctuary for now. However, at the same time, it looks like it's not just Windy. Even Full Sense is also going to be coming. Sorry, not Full Sense. FW Esports also will be crashing in here, and Windy very high alert here and very bloodthirsty for points. Absolutely picked up the audio cues coming in, greeted them in kind as they bunkered down here, and a very solid defense so far. But the threat has not subsided. There's still one more member of FW Esports, and this is a good opportunity to shut down the very team that actually pushed them out of the rankings here, and makes this all the more better here. Panzer fast in the phrase, that's great. Trying to go for the nade for the follow-up here, but there was also, Marcus also felt it was a good timing to be aggressive with the push to deny him the window to reset here. So well done for Windy Esports, getting a full 4-member squad wiped here. Also it was a team that was currently banking in for the top 8 here. Now keeping themselves in the strategy with 9 points. A very tremendous job.
Windy is just going to take this and run at this point. No longer in the threats, at least for this round, maybe even the next year, because if you can gap yourself by about 10 points, you know you have at least one map ahead of the next person. So Team Flash now the ones risking potential elimination. And again, this team didn't really get the chance to show up until yesterday itself, but now they have to maintain their position there, which is the harder feat to do.
I can't believe it.
Circles has closed on to North. Not much teams on this inside and in the center because it's also barren lands there. Maybe can look to take out the high hills, which could be a perched and vantage point for the rest of these teams, but they're going to have to fight through blood, sweat, and tears to get there. And and maintain King of the Hills, which is not easy because I saw about like 3 teams eyeing that location.
Yeah, of course. And the thing is this, Keith. I was saying, like, I was shocked. I was completely flabbergasted because when I saw the circle shift to the north side, I was thinking, oh, Windy's absolutely loving it. They were so concerned because their compound was at the edge of that phase 4. So the chances of it maintaining at their side is relatively slim compared to the potential open area at the mountain area where Sharper East and the majority of this team was preparing to scale, as they already assumed that they were also hope that the chances of the circle coming towards this mountain area was relatively high. But sadly now, a complete upset for a lot of these teams. Now they have to prep to make their way down north, whereas Windy Esports is, of course, naturally going to be very satisfying. It's going to also take the luxury to pepper it out any other team. And once again, also hoping that the circle shift towards this north side. Because let's be honest, it's a very good chance. I think it's about 8 out of 10 times with a circle like this, moving towards phase 6, there's a good chance it just shift towards that western side. And it's not, and even if it did, there's not going to be much rotation that's going to be made by the team that's going to be based on that eastern side of that circle.
We'll have to see how it plays out. Right now, the blue will pressure some of these teams to make the rotation, and Full Sense there with his 6th sense might want to catch some of these rotating members. out of desperation here. So at the time being, Aurora, the sole member still left alive. 𝘍𝘁𝘓 will have to bow out, so a lot of the bottom teams feeding the top, which again isn't such a bad thing, but it's crucial if it goes to the side of Windy and Team Flash right now. Aurora eliminated. Not too bad of an outcome again. It's just feeding onto the way of Full Sense. They lose Thanadol though, and now Belmont as well. This could be dire for them, but Tigger is there with the cover fire. Priming up the grenade, just lobbed one forward ever so gently. Will it clip onto him? I don't think so. So FS, they keep these teams at bay. I believe that was Armory Gaming right now. Oh, smack dab right in the head here. Thunders now from 𝐷𝐴 Esports. It seems that Full Sense is picking up rivals from two separate teams here just to contest for these high hills. Armory Gaming right now, Shanks under cover of some sort of mortar that's been shot their way, but 𝐷𝐴 Esports is the one that contested and stood the test of time. Full Sense is eliminated.
That is great here. Much needed points as well here, because as you notice as well, now even the leaderboard, a lot of teams are really putting in the work here. Suddenly the point differential, it's the gap between each and everyone, even among the top 5, is getting relatively close right now from the 5th to 8th place at this current moment of time here. So much needed additional performance is required just to at least solidify themselves. So not any unexpected shift can happen in the next few upcoming matches here. Winning Esports, naturally they have the vehicles courtesy of some of the members, FW Esports, but as they make their way head forward through, Thunder from 𝐷𝐴 Esports decide to play the opposition here at the long back. Was able to surprise one of the members of Windy Esports here for instantly, which resulted for them to instantly get knocked down. Although they did lose 2 members at this point of time, they just didn't have the intel for it. They just gambled it out. It did cost them, but they didn't manage to trade things back. 2 members still remaining here. They set up the smoke trail. A fantastic nade, by the way. And by the way, I'm very surprised. The very person that knocked them down was also the person they forgot to take account on, and he was the sole reason for wiping out the entire squad of Windy Esports. An unfortunate scenario has begun for them here, but hey, 𝐷𝐴 Esports still keeping it alive. Thunders in particular here with 7 kills to his name, by the way. And now slowly he's making his way through, hopefully to try and go for the Reaver. And I think he should be able to do it as well, since there's no one else within the vicinity of that peak mountain. But now it's a battle of the plains here. There's still a decent amount of compound. 𝐷𝐴 Esports, also another team who's also been favored by the zone, by this circle today in his final match for Tego. They are absolutely loving this.
𝐷𝐴 Esports, the only one within the bottom 8 here. And they're looking more than likely to take this glory, but I don't believe they've been over in a kill count. So it might just be enough to maybe inch them a little bit. But let it be known that most of the teams up in the top 8 position, or at least the 3 from 7 all the way down to 9th, have their journey stubbed a little far too soon in this competition, which means more chance for the like of 𝐷𝐴 Esports, but they will have to prove themselves within this round to be in the running for the next year. It's still a far call, but it's a call nonetheless, and I'd take any hope they can get. Right now, Newhouse Esports by the foot of these hills, understanding they cannot scale upwards, so bird's eye view goes to the like of the marksman, 𝐷𝐴 Esports, out of all teams, the ones who shoots real far out. And here they are, getting the high ground, but the circle is not favorable for them, and it might be pressured to make on that movement soon enough.
It was of course a shift which they didn't want to get, but it's just something that they got. They have to just work with it with what they have. So they have to descend this hill here. Not too sure whether they have an additional vehicle at hand here, but this is going to be a very rough scale down. It's such a steep hill, by the way. They can try to go from the western side, but I think 𝐴𝐺, who was initially there originally, is probably prepping to greet them in kind. But Thunders again being an absolute menace. Where was it for the team before this? or win the esports, and now towards new home esports as well. He's not making it easy for anyone who wants to try to play in the open field. I know it's a good call. New house esports thought, all right, we get to the center part of the circle, we use the vehicle for the cover, and that's going to be the name of the game here. However, Sharper Esports, they are being the bold. They're being the bold, the brave, and the bold here. They're punishing them from such a high vantage position, popping tires, popping players, nading them from such a high ground position. Here, they know for a fact this is not going to be a very easy descent down. So Mindset do as much damage as much as possible. Be an absolute menace here. They're jumping down. They already know the risk. Someone will be greeting them, and eventually it will be Ugert, and he will be removing all members of Sharper Esports. But the damage has been done, Keith. Massive amount of damage, and of course naturally the one who's smiling from all the chaos here and thriving in it would be Shadow Esports, who's still 4 members strong.
Going down was the worst option they could do, but I understand that's the only option they've got. Unfortunately, they signed a death wish right there, but man, did they cripple New House Esports. Thunders was telling the entire lobby to bring on that Thunder because he's got 9 kills as a single individual. That is going to be insane, and that would be New House Esports eliminated thanks to Setsuna and his nades. He will have one more, a fair bit of utility still, 2 more smokes, 1 more flash, but with the loot box that he's gotten access to, he could have a little bit more utility to play the rest of the game. But 4v3, still a very winnable situation for Armory Gaming should they come in with a crucial knock, and they're doing so by splitting up in taking coverage of this entire hillside. I don't believe they know one member is over in their flank off angle here, but they do have 2 more members shooting there. But Shanks shows himself that could be the mistake when he missed, and now 4v2 situation, 2 lives for every single member of AG to spare here. That's what Shadow Esports can afford, and it's looking like they're not even going to exhaust that option. They've got members pushing on forward. That could be Hansi. Has to be careful. Gets the first knock. Traded his life willingly, and so with winner chicken dinner onto the side of Shadow Esports just when things mattered the most. Here they are, getting those kills across the board and a chicken dinner. Perhaps there's still hope after all for the teams over in the APAC qualifiers.
Oh, much needed win, a well-earned one as well. Sure, they have been having a bumpy start from day 1 of the tournament, but hey, you know what? They can't go back and change the beginning, but they can start where they are and change the ending for themselves here as they make their way up the battle for that A place. Well done for Shadow Esports from Indonesia. But of course, with that being said, that's gonna be your winner chicken dinner for our match 16. Let's quickly jump into the highlights. Match 16, 4 matches down, and what a way to end our last 2 matches of the night with a classic map like Wrangler here. But of course, with that being said, let's just quickly recap back on match 16 here, Keith.
I mean, Shadow Esports, they finally showed up here in the I guess last 3 match we have for day number 3. In fact, the entire play-in series. I don't know how much, if that's going to be enough though, because they started this game with like 58 points, which means they need to break into the 90. That's about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40 points. They're going to need the next 2 games to go their way with 10 kills to be able to maybe be in conversation. So
it's still definitely an uphill climb for them as well. It's within the realms of miracles now, right? So man, it's crazy because it's not just Shadow Esports. We also start seeing like teams also becoming part of the conversation, right? Initially we were just talking about like the 8 to 10 team, the 8 to 10 team. They're suddenly out of the blue. Now you're starting to start to see even the top 5 team, sorry, the 5th place team, the ranking is slowly starting to be regulated here as teams are slowly moving into the 100 point now. 90 points, 100 points. It's getting a lot more closer than expected now. I thought at first, you know what, we're just only going to be talking about 7 and 8 place here today. But no, now suddenly out of the blue, it's like, okay, wait, there might be a shift depending on how amazing or how many good games each of these teams can secure in this next few upcoming matches here. Dude, it's going to be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, but my eyes are still with the 7 and 8 place because honestly, you can shift the boards on the top. I don't even care. They're not going to get rewarded for it as well. They're not going to get a reward out of this. So I hate to break it to you guys, but the bottom ones, it just got tougher, right? Because now we know that Windy Esports has already gotten a second good game here. They had about 9 kills. And they survived relatively okay, sort of solidified themselves. They're no longer in the 7 to 8. I believe they may have gone up to 6. I could be wrong. But it is Team Flash that falls down in the bottom now. And that's going to be the next standard to beat. Which is sad because you thought that if the bottom team doesn't perform, then that's the benchmark you're going to have to beat. But if the bottom team performs and pushes another team downwards, it's a higher standard. Now we're looking to break in the 95 point mark if to ever compete for the top 8 position. And right now JFT, they're nowhere near there. I think they're still within their 880s ish. The next best thing is potentially
87.
FW Esports.
Yeah, they're currently in the 87, if I'm not mistaken, 87 points. I think it's the 11th team right in the ranking right now. I believe that's Team Aurora, who has 67 here. So 67 with how the team is currently with the current state of things, right? Which is, by the way, in the current 8th place, which is currently Team Flash, that's 96, right? So with 67 points, that would mean Aurora would not only need to secure 2 chicken dinners in this final 2 matches, but also a substantial amount of kills to really be part of this race here. So it's getting a lot more harder for at least some of our bottom teams. It's getting a little bit more defined. I think we'll finally get this conclusion. Like, we'll be able to push out all these theories once we see the conclusion of match 17. And that's what we're going to be seeing shortly, right after checking out some of the stats that we have from our winner chicken dinner for match 16 at Shadow Esports here.
Yeah, a total of 6 kills. Unfortunately, slightly low at this stage to be getting the 6 kills. Now, 6 kills would be great if this was much earlier on in the tournament, right? But unfortunately, based on the stats that we've did the math ever so terribly, they started the game with 58 points with 6 kills and a chicken dinner. That should take them at about 16 points, which is still far-fetched unless they get the next chicken dinner and 10 kills on average for the last 2 matches itself. But nevertheless, Setsuna came in with a defining grenade to take out NHG. Here he is. 2 kills, about an even distribution in points contribution here from the players. Decent amount of survival time during this match. Of course, they're the ones that win the chicken dinner, so they will get close towards the 30-minute mark. But here they are, Shadow Esports. Too little, too late, we don't know, but there's still some fight left in them.
Although, yeah, the reason why we are not seeing as many kills compared to some of the things that we're seeing like Shadow Esports, yeah, I mean, they're constantly fighting. They're always seeing fights, right? Shadow Esports towards before we even got to phase here, I believe we phase 5, phase 5 to phase 7, they were pretty much in the same situation with Windy Esports, right? Where the circle favored them, they were in a compound, they didn't see much contact, they didn't see a lot of fights. Sure, they did throw in a couple of pot shots with some incoming teams or teams that was within their radar here, but there was no real reason or any team that was really crashing into their compound to actually force them to fight. So pretty much this remaining kills that they have, it was just pretty much towards the very end, that final fight, that final showdown here. But 17 kills, of course, this is going to be the match leader. 17 total points for 𝘏𝑗𝐴𝑉𝑎 Esports, 16 for 𝘏𝑗𝐴𝑉𝑎 Esports since they managed to get the chicken dinner. So that's going to be 10 points from the placement alone. Now we're looking towards the total leaderboard. I don't think we're going to see too much of a shift to what we were witnessing just now. Windy Esports this time coming in 7th place, Team Flash back at 8. But you see what I'm talking about, where the point differential is so close within the 8th and 5th place now. And then suddenly if you bring the team FW Esports into the conversation, 89 and 87 for JFT, these two teams are just looking for a really fantastic good game. And Shadow Esports, look at that, from 58 points to 73 right now. Sure, a miracle feels they're also within the realms of looking for a miracle for this last 2 remaining maps of Erangel. It's a comfort map, maybe not for all teams, but it's definitely a map which most teams are very familiar with here. So this is going to be the final sprint for a lot of these guys to get as many points as much as possible before the conclusion of our championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be a painful run for some of these teams, especially the ones who's been within the top 8 position, now finds themselves on the outside looking in. You're suddenly the uncool kid in a block. You're now the nerd.
Uncool kid.
Just looking at them. Oh, they're gonna taste the cherry that is PGS 9 and 10, or at least the chance to fight for that cherry itself. So it's definitely gonna be a painful grind, especially these next 2 maps. Still very doable though. So for the likes of I believe it was FW and also Team JFT, they shouldn't bow out right now. They still have a chance, although it's 10 points different-ish, which means still recoverable within one good game in terms of a good amount of kills, or even a mixture of both, right? So they need to look forward to these next 2 games and really, really lock in. No more figuring things out here. Just play what they're comfortable, because by the end of this next 2 map, it's done. We can close the books on this chapter.
Yeah, I mean, even you saw from Shadow Esports POV just now before we got to this team, right? Like they're all feeling the momentum. They're feeling the morale, high morale. It was only Setsuna, right? He also wants to join in the celebration, but it's still 2 more matches. He's still having his head in the game. He's already processing what's going to be the requirement, doing the math, the calculation needed for the team to really ensure that they really get into that top 8. And sure, it's definitely a lot of ground for them to cover, a lot of work they need to secure, a lot of variables that needs to be in their favor to make it work, but they're definitely going to try to secure it for their end here. Whereas for JFT, has been a little bit of a rough patch here for day number 3. The first match, however, was really great. 10 points, that's fantastic. Second match for day 3, 3 points, couldn't get into placement. Then after that, we haven't been seeing much from JFT later on, but we did see a little bit more aggression coming out for them. I hope this doesn't stem their confidence at all here. Sure, it's a very frag-centric lobby, but I know JFT. I know they have the capabilities. I love it when they're calling on out. I want to see them back to their usual self, where they're hunting players down, they're chasing them down here. It has been great growth. I guess you could say a horizontal growth for JFT throughout the entire year here for 2025. This cannot be the end for the boys here. But of course, naturally, FW Esports, they're also looking to catch Claw back into the race. But most importantly, Keith, we're finally down to our match 17 here. First Erangel match before the conclusion of the day. And what an insane flight path as it is right away.
Oh, the boys in JFT, they hold our hopes high. Hailing from the APAC regions here, coming from the Master Series. This cannot be the conclusion that they have been hoping for, and they're looking to still fight on for it right now, taking over Sosnovka military base itself. Sharing compounds against the greats, it's Buriram United, but it is all going to be predetermined within the circle that would showcase itself just about a bit here, and that might be the showstopper towards their run, should it go closest anywhere towards the northern side. But thankfully, though, well circled, well within, the Sosnovka's Island seems to be the hot spot for the time being. But as circle closes, they're going to have to hope and pray, sit on their hands and pray that it goes down to military base, because then it's a JFT arena playing from the inside.
Dude, that is crazy. I'm going to tell you right now, this is so crazy. You get a very uneven flight path, right? Fairing towards the southwestern side. There's barely any territory for the teams to play with there, and too far to reach towards the northwestern side of the mainland here as well here. So long dives will be required. And to make matters worse, we now have a circle which is dead set towards military Sosnovka military base island with massive waterway, and by the way, not many entries into the circle here. You can go by vehicle. There's two main bridges here, but with the flight path that we have, there's most likely going to be one or two teams gatekeeping your entry here. So most likely, I wouldn't be surprised if team coming in with the E pickup here, but that just means you might just have to find a vehicle of your own as you land in the military base, of course. And also at the same time, hoping that no team is going to greet you in kind at your basically your landing zone here. There's also another option by boat. Same situation. You land by boat. Still have to find a vehicle, but you will have a much more of a I guess you could say a safer head start compared to E pickups, right? Which is currently right now we're seeing with one of the members here of FW Esports going in by boat just to scout out ahead, to at least to let the team know at least the south side of the military base on here is pretty safe around the beach area.
But even so, Full Sense doesn't want to put too much hope in that rotation, only sending the one person. I guess it's an insurance factor, just in case.
Scout things out, right? Yeah.
Scout things out, or, in case they can't come across by conventional method, at least they have the one member already inside through the boats itself. Yeah, it's always risky, right? I mean, what can you do if they blow your boat up middle of the ocean? Jump off, abandon ship? Then you're just sitting ducks right there.
Oh, dude, you don't want to swim. I can guarantee you don't want to swim. No team wants to be in that spot in the first place here anyway. So, but that just might be the scenario, especially depending on how this next circle shifts, right? Sure, it's at least a good half of that circle is circumferencing around military base island, right? But the other half is towards the north side of the mainland, or at least the south side of the mainland here. So some teams could bank on the fact that maybe, just like the last match as well, that circle just does the most unexpected shift ahead towards that north side. So it's that way the teams that's currently on the mainland wouldn't have to worry about crossing over through that bridge here, and then it's going to be their turn to do a little bit of a reverse gatekeeping from the military base to the mainland itself.
Oh, this rotation's gonna be everything in this game. This specific angle here, because I'm glad to see that circle, not gonna lie. But I'm selfish. I want to be entertained. I'm not at stake here for the chance at a PGS.
Both,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's that kind of thing where it's like, it's great for the viewers, but not great for the players, right? But at the same time, it's also somewhat at the base of the flight path. So a good amount of teams is currently in that side, and they don't really have a choice, right? It's either you drop a military base island here. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, Keith. People will come in by boat, and they'll go all the way to the south side of that military base island. We did see one of the members, I believe it was Full Sense or FW Esports member just now, initially did an initial reconnaissance work just to check out whether there's a team that's going to be based at that beach here. Now this is going to be their second round. They did found another team, so they decided, you know what, we can't go to the south. Let's just make landfall towards this western side, and then we'll slowly make our way in there. And of course, naturally, not to say they're not really out of danger so far. They'll probably even be even more dangerous since the flight path did slightly shift towards that western side of the military base island here. So the chance of them encountering another team within the vicinity of a compound is actually pretty high at the same time.
Full Sense came by boat. Iconic came by a ship. That ain't no boat, man. I don't think you're gonna be able to sink that one. I think it's an invulnerable object. It's a constant motion. That thing. Unless you're telling me right now
the cargo ship. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're telling me you can actually sink that thing. Hold my.
I mean, I never seen it. I never seen people really trying to blow up that ship before, right? It's the only time I ever see the ship is just usually people trying to transport not only the team but even the vehicle itself, right? So whenever team gets bombarded upon, they usually just be like, you know, we're getting out of here, we're booking it. It's practically a BRDM on water, right? But speaking of which, we still haven't seen a BRDM in water action. It has the capabilities, if I'm not mistaken, it has the capabilities of it's basically an amphibious vehicle, right? So it has the capability of actually going to float on water. But we haven't really got to see that so far. We've only just been seeing the casual rotation with the vehicle itself here. So not yet. Not sure whether we'll get in this round. We're running out of matches for that dream to come to full fruition here. So well, I'll just work with what I get so far.
I'll keep the dream alive though. If any match is the match to do that, it's this one. So much water. And it's a risky cross as well, so that might just come true. You'll hold that thought. Meanwhile, Buriram United over at a very, very unique split here. Obviously, they're trying to cover as much grounds as possible over in military base. Thanks for the nature of the map. It's a small area, so it's quite feasible to be able to cover grounds and not jeopardize any one of those positionings. But meanwhile, JFT went back to their comfort zone, that is to take over close quarter compounds here. They might have to fight the 𝘍𝘭𝘁 for it, or maybe some of the members of NHG that's scouting down right now as they descend onto grounds. This could be good for the likes of JFT, but with that shot right there, that would dissuade some of these members from ever bridging into this compound zone. So JFT will hold out for the longest time, and this actually could be the game that does it for them. To be honest, really, this is back to square one, back to day one. Center circle, hold on for dear life.
Oh yeah, of course. They already were somewhat. They thought they were at a disadvantage due to the fly pathway where they dropped down, but then when they saw how the circle is going to be like, well, this suddenly whatever rotation plan that they had in their head initially is just thrown out the window. They said, no, we don't have to make a move. We're good. We're totally fine, guys. Like, unless the circle shifts pretty ridiculously to that north side, then that's only when they start making massive movement here. But they know for the fact that which team dropped towards military base, so they're already somewhat keeping track. They already knew there's only 3 teams here. So, and if any teams were to come in any close, they got audio queue. So that, of course, Keith, that naturally comes down to the team winning out their separate gunfight. That's not going to be living up to the chances anymore. That will be living up to the player, the individual skill plays at that moment of time. By the way, the NHC, when they were dropping down from the emergency pickup, right? It wasn't towards military base. It was actually towards the north side, more closer towards the beach area. So I think they were able to have a very safe landfall here. Can't say the same for Aurora. They did get a couple of tags here, so I think he should be fine. Whereas for Win Esports, it looks like Sapao is going to be sniped out by FFL.
Circle, there's going to get an update. And remember, Windy could be crucial if they go down again. They just got out, but now northern side shifted. Yeah. JFT absolutely disappointed, and maybe even some of the members of Full Sense who's rotated all the way down just for this.
This is what I was talking about, Keith. Like, the fact that there was still a bit of the mainland on that north side of circle here. So, it's not that the fact that it was shifted like that. Now, a lot of teams is going to have an absolute upset. Unless that phase 3 becomes dead center at the bridge area, there'll be a little bit of a different story. But of course, first thing first, now we see teams going head to head with each other. And it's going to be Windy versus FFL. And naturally, Windy, one member short, can't afford to bow out this early. Not at this point of time.
And good to note that FFL wiped the rest of Windy in that one game earlier on today. That's what allowed JFT to pretty much like surpass them for a bit. But now that Windy's had that one great game, here they are in number 7, but still not out of the fire just yet. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports, one of those promising teams trying to maybe clutch it out towards the last day of the play-ins, going up against Sharper though. They're another team that's very respectful with their marksmanship. They've been dealing so much damage, especially that guy Thunders. 𝐿𝑆𝑒 brought in like 9 kills single-handedly within a lobby that seemed to be just as good as dead. As for Shadow Esports, they will have to hold out here.
Okay, this is a tough one. We were talking about this before. Every match counts for Shadow Esports. They want to try to bring it in, but then again, of all the teams they have to face again, it's one of the top Thai teams here, who has been putting one of the few teams that has one of the top players with the most amount of kills. And now Thunders is going on an absolute tear. Shadow Esports was already 1 member down. Now another member goes down at the same time. Suddenly the chances slowly dwindling from their eyes now as they go toe-to-toe with Sharper Esports with just 2 members. It's going to be Kamau and even Setsuna here to try to pull in the win.
When in doubt, go in with the Panther Pulse, but didn't get the chance to shoot. Thunder's just doing absolute work with that entry right now. Kamal's inside the toilet line will have to book out like he didn't pay for the check. Coming in from B-line and gets paid in that price. He will pay it with his life instead in Shadow Esports. Oh, it's just so unfortunate. It's Sharper.
They're not out of count just yet. Like Jedi, he came out being the last remaining member. But look at the current positioning. TDT is here. Team Flash is also here. Now they're coming in. Jedi or Sharper Esports just can't catch a break. They just won out quite a close fight with Shadow Esports, and now teams are coming in as they're drawn in from the gunfire here, and they just want to spare no moment here to secure all this additional loot and potential kills they can find against the victor of this clash, which is Jedi.
Unfortunately, he can't go for the pickup though. Just
it's too hard.
Prioritize Thunders. This is all the guy you need. A little too late now. There we go. Still the deal, but do remember there's a blue beacon right nearby. So if this team were to leave the area, maybe he can actually pick up the blue chip. But that circle, yeah, that's going to be a tough one. And now JFT back to square one. We're going to rotate 10 years from now.
Oh, man, from now back to, I guess you could say, back to the usual. Chasing the circle begins once more here. Yeah, I know I love that they actually brought up the blue beacon tower, right? But, you know, it's not just Team Flash. There's also TDT also within the vicinity. I don't think it's the full squad, though. It feels like it's a 2-2 split coming from Team TDT here. But Team Flash will be greeted by Jedi as he goes out gun blazing. He did get the knock, not the finisher though. So Long will be the one to put the final nail in the coffin for Shadow Esports. Whereas for Fight for Life, making it once more another massive rotation, TDT. Also biding their time. They're drawn in by the other queue, just like Team Flash. But they're the team that's currently playing at the outskirts of the compound here because they're not too sure what's the current state of things. They don't have the visual. There's too many trees and too many bushes and leaves that's currently obscuring their vision right now here. Whereas for FW Esports, also not too far from Team Flash, from the areas of the conflict between Shadow Esports and Sharper Esports, also drawn in here. So naturally also having the same thoughts as TDT, and just waiting to gatekeep any team that's going to be exiting that compound.
Oh, it's the great migration. I do wish we have them on cam right now, but I guess anticipating some sort of a skirmish between Armory Gaming and Windy. We'll see who cuts Sharper, a Augusta win or a solidify Armory. We'll see how this one plays out. Right now, Armory Gaming taking control of the high hills with Shanks going on flank side here. Ooh. So Windy, if he's not be careful, he's got to look left. Kurt gets tagged a little bit, but still not punished. It's just information being transferred across. And right now, this stalemate is killing me. More members on the other side, and JFT. Oh no, were they out? No, they annihilated a team.
Yeah,
that's
they
4
annihilated
kills.
a team.
4 kills going on their way. They're slowly working back up that deficit itself. Maybe back in contention for that top 8 position. But now we go our eyes onto the other Oceania team. That's Aurora.
I don't know about you, man. There's all kinds of crazy kill feed that's happening here on the map of Uranga. We're just not getting it for some reason. Like, Constantly one was a much easier way to deduce it, right? A Panzerfaust for 3 members. I'm assuming 3 members of Savageman Esports was in a single vehicle. So 1 Panzerfaust will instantly annihilate all 3. That makes sense. But the other one is the one I didn't know what really went down with that one. But of course, with that being said, Buriram once more in a ditch which they do not want to be in. It's so much flat lands. It's insane. There is a hill with a little bit of forestry towards the southwestern side. And even the eastern side, which is pretty much what you see like Fight for Life and the rest of the team just fighting for control for the ditches here before they make their way in. Good vantage coming in for Brownie. It's going to be a very simple clean up here as he wipes the floor on both Conacy and Reyes at the same time here. Whereas on the other end, FW Esports, the last remaining member here, Banana 1, has a shack on his own, but looks like another team did crash into their respective compound here, and they will fight for a shack. And it seems Dynasty will be the one with the hip firing spray to secure it. But at the same time, the nade coming from Banana 1. He was not willing to give the shack for free. He said, if you want my house, come and get it. But I left you a warm welcome surprise. And that was a prime grenade keep. All 3 went down for the price of 1. Thank God there was still 1 member of Buriram still alive to go for the revive. But with 3 knocks, AG and some of the, I believe 1 other teammate was able to snipe down 1 of the members of Buriram.
Yeah, that was definitely not worth it. I saw the animation. He was already finding that nade. So
that nade, right?
Yeah. So unfortunate for them, they get 1 kill Buriram and lost 2 members. So I'd say bigger victor comes out from FW Esports. We're just talking about which though they are no longer in contention for the top 8 spot for this match. Their halt is at the 93 points. Windy still alive. JFT now only shy by about 6 kills away. And maybe a placement points to top it off here. But Shadow Esports, relentless. Oh no, Rue actually. RUW homie. Relentless as they try and hold down some of these teams who are within vicinity. But FFL, who would have thought? Did we theorize that all the kills are going to be towards feeding the teams on top, but FFL, despite having no chance, absolutely no chance at all for the rest of the games we have today to make it into the top 8, is the one doing the most damage. Now Aurora, Nedex, needing some help in his execution as well. That approach right there was a bit too hasty itself, and now full sense. Tigger, the last man standing, as well through the window side, tosses a nade forward. Tigger spots him in the back, but unfortunately just missed him by that much. Right now, has to tank the blue for a little bit more longer, and Aurora will make the rotation itself into the circle. Tigger tries to get some in and exit frag here, but we'll get onto none, and then it's Tigger who's slowly taken out with no vehicles in sight to be able to speed up his process into safety.
Oh, I'm more curious of what happened towards that western side. We saw a couple of the kill feed that was casually just popping out once in a while. It wasn't as crazy or as massive as what we saw initially, but we're just seeing like if I'm not mistaken, I saw 2 members of JFT being knocked out by the blue zone here. Suspect will be the last one to stand here. Good spray once more. Tivy will also succumb himself to the zone here. Alongside with Tigger from full sense here. Teams are dropping down like flies here. Whereas on the other side, it looks like Team Flash. He decided, you know what? They just decided, you know what, TDT, you want a compound, come and get it. They made it costly. They made it work. Naturally, TDT knows if they win out this fight, that's the blue beacon tower. They can try to go for the rest. They can try to go for the revives. It's a 2v3. They lost visuals of each other as well, especially since it wasn't really more of a mid-range fight rather than a CQC kind of scenario here, and just nade and flooding compounds or houses with nades. Both sides setting out a little bit of a 1-for-1 split here of Van playing the outskirt positioning. They have the man numbers to do this kind of maneuver here, but he's also being cautious as team is also, there's a possibility of a team trying to third party or at least poke down on Van here. So still playing around the tree line with some cover behind his back there. He's also somewhat limited on which area he can actually cover here. But now the teams are moving in. Body system is solid. They're rushing in. They got stuck within the door here. Long Axel not just find 1, but 2 in the process here. Suddenly out of the blue, TDT is suffering more of a loss in this conflict for control against Team Flash. And this is not within even the circle itself. This is just a fight for the edge control.
Long X picking up that big 7 kills alone, just carrying his entire team here, Team Flash. 2 members, but they've got 9 kills already, and well, they push 𝘠𝘠 back down as the benchmark here. So this 𝘠𝘠 must not be happy to know that fact, but he can find solace in the fact that they still are 3 members strong this late into the game, unless Buriram United has got something to say about it. They do spot them out over in the open fields. It's a paddy rice farm with no covers besides hay bales and bushes. How do they play this one out? It's going to be a question that will determine their position here within the top 8 placement. But things will need to slow down at the very least. 𝐷𝐼𝐍 Gaming now pincered by the edge of the circle.
This is just one of those few. This is just one of the few scenarios where sometimes coming to the center of the circle first in this kind of territory can actually be more detrimental than advantageous here in this case here, because there's just not a lot of covers, barely any compounds here. If you're lucky enough to find a crater or a ditch, that'll be fine. But majority, at least that western side of that phase 5 circle, is just practically open playing fields here, which is why you saw Buriram actually relocated themselves to crash into that shack, a heart of a shack for themselves here. Although it's not really the safest thing in the world here, but it's a lot more better than being out in the open with your vehicles. Players will prey on your vehicle tires. Players will bombard you. Players will pepper upon you as well, which is pretty much why you start seeing Iconic Esports what they're doing right now, where if all else is lost, you just utilize as many of your smoke utilities as much as possible, either to protect your vehicles or it's just to buy you enough time here. But it's phase 6. There's like 2 more phases here. If you use the majority of your smokes now, how much will it fare for you later on? But what a mortar coming in for a long day. It will land on both 2 members of AEG here, and this is looking to be quite costly. FFL being an absolute menace in this first map of Erangel in day 3.
Ooh, carpet bombing coming aside from 𝘠𝘠 Esports, as well as some of the teams that are contesting them currently. FFL, of course, gets it with that mortar play. Clip that somebody. But it's 𝐷𝐼𝐍 Gaming that's holding the likes of 𝘠𝘠 back at the moment. They did get 1 kill. They're 99 in the points just from the placement, I believe, potentially already factored in. But they have to hold out a little bit more longer, and they will with the 100 across the board here. JFT still in the fray here. 𝘠𝘠 seeming like their end is nigh and might come out real soon. 𝘠𝘭𝑢 goes in with the adrenaline jab. He's next and tied next to 6, 7, 8, and 9, but 𝘠𝘭𝑢 will eventually find himself on his knees, leaving 6, 7, 8, 9 playing behind hay bales here. The last sole member at JFT still alive. Perhaps he could try and wiggle his way towards the last few part of the circle. If he could get 4 points or even bow out in 3rd place, that would be very good for him in terms of closing that gap. But right now, 𝘠𝘠 not giving it a chance, picking up more kills against 𝐷𝐼𝐍 Gaming and eventually go out in style. They will bow out here, 𝐷𝐼𝐍 Gaming and 𝘠𝘠 Esports. Now fight for life up against the rest of the lobby. Buriram United to greet them in the front side, while meanwhile in the rear another team awaits. I believe that's going to be Team Flash.
Oh yeah, it's exactly as you said as well, Keith. It's just, you really said it as well. JFT, if they can get to that, they already got a couple of placement points. They're already on top of that with the kill points that they have. It seems pretty substantial, but if they can get to that top 4, that will make a whole lot more difference here. Especially since 2nd place you get 6, 3rd you get 5th, 4th you get basically 4 points here. So 4 on 4, you get 8 points in total here. That's gonna significantly close in that gap against 𝘠𝘠 Esports as well here. So now it's just a matter of just buying up the time. The only problem right now is that it's just flat fields. It's just literally straight up flat fields. The place you really want to be in, that nice sweet spot, currently is towards that eastern land, which is, by the way, we're currently looking from FFL best of 1301 POV. But of course, naturally, as you can see, the reason why Suspect has been able to turtle out for this long, he literally has a turtle of a vehicle here, the BRDM. That thing is going to be able to tank out for a good amount of while, and it's a massive cover, which will play a key role for his survivability. But of course, that's just if if it draws in the attention of members of Iconic Esports, because that's the only team that's currently pretty close to Suspect at this current point of time here, but they're being kept in check by 𝘍𝑔 here, and naturally this is a very prime spot here. You got a decent amount of forestry. Sure, eventually they had to take their steps forward here, but they're still having the vantage point. They still have the high ground. There's still a couple of trees they can work with here. Now they just need to ensure all of their surroundings is within their control. The north is on their side, so they don't have to worry about the right side, only towards the left and the front. And that's all they can actually try to hope for here. The only complication would be for this 𝐾𝐿 in this FFL plan here will be Team Flash. That's the one that's going to implicate them heavily here.
Not gonna lie, at this point I kind of want FFL out of the game. They've been performing so well, and it wouldn't move the needle should they get all these points. I kind of want to see what happens to JFD. Right now, it's a clear path entry, but he can't move the BRDM without being noticed. So far, everyone's looked past him. Like, he's not even there. The moment he moves his vehicle, which is doing right now, I guess that's a good giveaway, right? Like, he's inching. Maybe he's proning. Not too sure. Nah, it's a vehicle. He's driving it forward. So it's more obvious than not. Now FFL is scouting towards his direction generally. But maybe that's going to create Team Flash an opportunity to run straight in against FFL. If they take out FFL, FFL is the one who knows the position of Suspect and JFD. If FFL gets this push, I mean, if Team Flash gets this push against FFL, that's going to be the one team who knows where the snake is being eliminated. So, thankfully so, with the best 131 gets it against one of the members, that's 𝘍𝑥2, crucial key pick-off. Team Flash now has to suspend their entry and hold him for dear life a little bit longer. Meanwhile, 𝘓𝑚 United taking out the rest of the other members. Top 4 has been earned on the side of JFD. JFD needs to hold on a little bit longer.
Oh, dude, top 4 security has been achieved by JFT here. Now it's just a matter of just waiting for all this team to just duke it out with each other, because it's just too close. It's not that they do not want to focus on the Suspect, but because the threat at their doors is just too close, it's too nearby, they have to address them first. Finally, FFL wins out the fight against Team Flash. Of course, naturally, courtesy of best of 131 here, has a really great outskirt long DMR shot to really pepper down a Team Flash member here. So that really kept them, it put them in quite the pinch. Whereas 𝘓𝑚, they managed to hold out against Iconic Esports and Suspect. No one is suspecting that there's a random BRDM in the middle of the rice field. Are they assuming that this vehicle is just out of commission? I don't think so.
No,
I think
it's exactly that. It's exactly that. No one's been looking this way.
No, I see it now. I see 131. They're shooting at it right now. He was like, get out the way! But here's the Panzer Faust!
Oh, Panzer Faust! He gets taken out! Suspect for the win! He's playing it for the late game! Oh my god, this man clipped this guy. He's gonna do so much for JFD. This could be the saving grace for the team. Top 2! JFD! They survive! Who would have thought? Under the cover of smokes, maybe can even push this one out. JFD, they've got cover unless there's a Panzer Faust in play. I think you can try and make something happen here. Park the gun, they park the car right next to a 𝐏𝐿 and come up for a CQC situation. Another one of the members 𝘓𝑚 is also in a car, but he's going in for the rollover. He goes into the blue and blood bounce out in style. Suspect, he may not win the game, but he's won our hearts. But ultimate victor goes to the side of 𝘓𝑚 United.
Oh, with the thumbs up, he's like so... He just have no absolute reaction. He's like, BRDM, alright, that's pretty cool, buddy. What a lad. Honestly, the 131, he had the Panzer Faust. He would have just one-shotted out that BRDM. But I think he panicked. He was just like, wait a minute, slow down, buddy. That's a very big truck you got there. But really well done from Suspect, man. Really, he turned it in there. Tried to attempt to do the exact same tactic here, but you know, like I said, that thing can tank bullets, but just not for too long. You know, with that being said, 𝘓𝑚 also really turned it out too. They had a really close encounter with the nade and the shack, but they still come up the winners here for match 17. Let's quickly check into our match 17 highlights. Oh man, that last round was everyone was literally up at their necks here, just trying to gain some form of control when they thought like, all right, I believe it was even that for FFL. They were thinking in their heads, all right, step by step, we clear out flash, we slowly reposition and slowly surround Buriram and then end the round. Suddenly out of the blue, you hear 131 in his audio's headset, right? Just hear a little bit of a beep beep and then one flashlight of a vehicle come crashing in. Dude, no, I get it. He had the pass. If he had primed that a little earlier, a second earlier, yeah, I don't think Suspect had a chance because that thing will blow up that thing like sky high for sure. But still, well done from Suspect, man. Really.
I'm pretty sure nobody knew he was there for the longest of time, and it's not that he's positioned there for the get-go, right? There was a circle shift. He drove into
just
position
step by
after
step, right?
After he lost his allies, he drove in there and just stayed there for the longest of time. Circle closed away from him. In my mind, the only way he's getting in is if he has to ditch the vehicle and snake his way through. But then I saw the minimap, he was like inching his BRDM just so nobody knows that it's actually being driven by anyone. He just sat there for the rest of the game and no one checks him at all.
Dude, if it wasn't for the vehicle, I would say it's almost mirroring to our last match of Erangel for Night 2, right? Where Buriram and Shadow Esports, they were just duking out to air because they were the only two teams that was close to each other. And Iconic, they were just waiting at the edge. They're like, all right, take your time, clean each other out. I will just come in for the flush. But it was relatively similar. Suspect was just keeping nice and quiet. I think 131 knew he was there because he had a really nice off position flank, right? But I think he just figured that, oh, that was just an abandoned vehicle, right? So he was like, all right, I think that's abandoned. Let me just focus on Team Flash first, which is why his reaction time wasn't as swift or as quick until he saw the massive behemoth. By the way, that thing is not fast. I'm letting everyone know first. I think who had driven that thing also understand that thing is not fast, by the way, but it is pretty dang solid. It's huge, especially from that point of view. Let me tell you something. It felt like it was a straight out of a horror movie. You see this big behemoth with the lights flashing. It's like, I'm coming for you.
That's the lights. You know what they say about going towards the lights.
Don't go into the light, boys.
The light came to him. And next thing you know, he's past tense already. Really great stuff from JFD. And one thing great is also it's a crucial placement points too. They had 4 kills. And I think they were...
5. With that kill that he had, 5.
Yeah, so he needed that another 5 kills to pretty much close in that gap itself. So that's 10 points going on their way. I believe also the live leaderboard tallies in the kill points in real time. So I'm not sure how much this placement is going to do in favor of them. We know Windy Esports has breached their 100th mark. And so by having this instance happen, that could be them still comfortably at the tails of Windy Esports. And Windy Esports, they're sweating balls right now, for the lack of the better words, because like, what can you do? You're trying to shake him off, but he just won't let go.
The crazy thing about it as well is that when I saw 2 or 3 of their members dying to the blue zone, and I figured that last member standing in an open flat playing field, I was just thinking, oh, that's such a difficult survivability. Like the probability of him dying by any team coming by or some kind of rotation of being spotted out, it's so high. And the worst part about it, we didn't even get to see his POV in the phases much earlier, right? It was just, we just see in the minimap that he has a car. We just didn't know what kind of car. So, and the worst part about it, it was not even an oblivious car or a very small or very well-hidden car. It was a very loud, slow armored behemoth to really bring in the time. But other than that, well done coming from Buriram Reyes as well. They also had their own share of trouble as well, especially coming in from their last final hoorah for the Battle of the Shack. Almost all 4 members got knocked down by that single grenade. 3 did fell. 1 was playing around the outskirts. Thank God they had this policy where, or at least this tactic where 1 player will be on the outskirts to at least cover their flanks, whereas 3 will crash in. So thank God there was at least 1 member still standing to go for the revives here, or at least for the reset. But other than that, it was a very crazy round, right? Even FFL really started popping off. 9 kills, and even besides the 9 kills, the kills that they couldn't secure, they were also being a menace to other teams on the other side of the maps too here as we gone to the final phase. So really well done.
Yeah, well done to all the teams. Really, we are going down to the wire. Last game for the night. This one, match 17, all said and done. 𝘓𝘂𝘉, congratulations, you've increased your lead. Likewise for Team Flash. Yeah, you just solidified your position. FFL, I don't think you're gonna make any headways with this, but you've definitely showed up towards the last day of the tournament itself. But right now, this is where it matters the most. 𝐿 Esports had 6 total points, so they climb up a little bit higher, over into 103, and JFT still with that play itself, all thanks to Suspect, still in fighting condition, 98 points. Only a few points differential here. Potentially still another 5 points.
Yep, definitely for sure. Like JFT currently now, especially with 5 matches down, now we're having a little bit more clearer picture of who's truly still part of this race, right? So now FW Esports, we also have JFT, but unfortunately for Shadow Esports, it's amazing that you guys showed us this last hurrah as you come into this day 3 here, but with them actually bowing out relatively early in match number 5, that pretty much sealed the deal of their chances to really get into that top 8 here, because that 8th place is 108 points here. They have 74. They would need to at least, like, if in a whole scenario, if Windy falls out and JFT, FW Esports, all 3 of them falls out, right? And suddenly out of the blue, you have Shadow Esports getting 24 points. That's placement and killing 14 kills, killing 14 players. Then they might actually overcome them. But that is such a massive amount of miracles here to look for as well. I love to see them try. They do have. I love the potential that they had when they first came into the play-ins. But this is going to be a really rough road for them so far. But other than that, coming back to what we were mentioning about our top 8, now we're looking at 3 teams currently: FW Esports, 𝐿 Esports, and even JFT. But JFT, I can't get that BRDM out of my head, man. It's so, that's like probably one of the most impactful thing I ever witnessed so far.
Best use of a BRDM. Best highlights thus far in a play-in. What else can you do? Surprises, JFT. A last-minute clutch onto the top 8. I'm all for it. Again, it's only 5 points apart. And you're great with the placements. Right now, you need to get, again, just do the same thing. Decent amount of kills. A decent amount of placements. And that's your way towards the top 8 position. But not to also get comfortable here for the likes of the 7th and 8th place, because 𝐿 Esports and NHE, I believe they were 108 to 103, which means they can still, with FW and JFT on their tails, one great game, we're looking at a point accumulation of an average of 10, 12 to 13 points itself, right? So that's more than enough margins on average based on statistics to take over the bottom 2 spots here in the top 8 position. So this game is going to be a race for the 4 teams that are risking eliminations here.
Yeah. This is the final match, ladies and gentlemen. Like exactly what Keith mentioned as well. Teams, the remaining 4 will be either competing for the 8th spot or at least solidifying themselves so that no other team will push them down from the ranking, right? With how close the point differential is with each other, right? As you mentioned before. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's match 18, the last match of the entire play-ins here for the PGS APAC qualifier phase 2 2025 for the play-in stage here. And this is where it all comes down to the wire. Only 8 teams will go to the finals here. The top 4, they're very comfortable. Full Sense, 𝘓𝘂𝘉, AG, they know where it's at. They know what it is. But the rest of the team, currently at our bottom 8, at least the bottom 8, the bottom half of our top 8 here. Now it's all about the fight of solidifying themselves as the top 8 here as they move forward to the finals.
Let's go! I can't set it up any better than you did. It's the final match series, and it's all on the line with this flight path that crosses a little bit onto the northern side, and we get to see JFD again pulling one of their unconventional stops. Who drops 𝘍𝘭𝘢𝘳𝑍𝑒? There's barely anything there to feed a village. What more put to the Oceania folks?
Military base, come on. Military base, actually. No, but it'll be a very interesting flight path, right? I mean, okay, a very interesting circle, right? Okay, I'm looking at circles. Okay, the circles I really want to get is somewhere around 𝘍𝑫𝑎𝑙. Okay, I got 𝘍𝑫𝑎𝑙. I got part of 𝘍𝑫𝑎𝑙. I do want it a little bit more to the western side, but hey, it's fine. I got a little 𝘍𝑫𝑎𝑙. But dude, that map wise, that terrain. Do you know what's that terrain like over there? Keep towards the north side of the mount of the island.
Hillside, right?
Yeah, those massive mountains, massive hills. The shooting range is practically there. That's like the biggest crater that any team can try to hope to be in there. But the road there is gonna be a very arduous one because of how the flight path was. Team also noticing, and already you see WIND Esports already making headway all the way to that mountain spot. They know what's in that. They know what's on the line. So everyone's making sure that every variable in this equation is part of their favor here. And just looking at the points once more, right, from the leaderboard from our left side. Oh, dude, it's so close. Like AG with AG and New House Esports and Windy as well, the point differential within each other is just so slim. If any of them were to bail out now, they lose a chance to really ensure to solidify themselves. So there's a lot of things that's on the line compared to previous qualifiers or previous tournaments that we casted before, Keith, where it's usually just between 2 or 3 teams. Now we're looking at the fact that even the bottom half of the top 8, the ranking could be swiftly changed depending on how the performance is going to be like.
Oh, this is intense, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Like, don't give me an obvious conclusion.
Oh,
Give me a cliffhanger to anticipate forward to. And that's what we've been granted after this 3 days run itself. Windy, it'll be sad for them to bow out this early, but great for the likes of JFT here. If they were to go toe-to-toe against TDT, or if they were to take over TDT and win that fight, then that would increase again the bar, the minimum standards to break into the top 8. So it's really everything here is going to be a 50% chance. It's a flip of a coin. And right now, Hwang with the patient plays, I'm not sure if he's going to potentially get into the aggro position here. But right now, Windy, they're going to have to pray nothing bad happens to them so soon into the game.
A new wind of change is required for sure. They definitely weren't just cutting out. Oh, getting spotted out. I believe it's going to be one of the members of TDT here. Chucks out the nade. He chucked out the flash. He heard it coming. Tried to prep for it. Finds no one here. He came in. By the way, weaponless. By the way, he just practically picked up the MP5K. 𝐴𝑝OT has been here for a good while now, so he's pretty equipped with not just weaponry but even utilities here. It's only the lone member of TDT here. The reinforcement needs to come in now. I can see on the mini-map at this current point of time, rotation routes are coming in. Here comes the cavalry here as the teams will duke it out in this maze-like of a storage containers map here of 𝘍𝑃𝑎𝑙, as one of the 2 squads is only going to be making out this alive.
Oh, TDT, they're the ones who gets the first knock, though.
Oh,
unfortunately, 2 members, 𝘍𝑃𝑎𝑙. Oh, just when you thought that when Windy would bow out here, they make it work for themselves. 𝐴𝑝OT as well didn't go down for it. They wipe clean 4 points across the board, most likely, if they can find the final member. I was just about to say, if Windy goes down, that would be blood in the waters.
Oh.
That would inspire a lot of the teams who's like gunning for it, but now it's points across the board. Making things harder a little bit, at least for the 9th and 10th place.
Dude, I am so scared right now because this suddenly out of blue, of all the teams that bail out early, is the team that's currently like gatekeeping that 8th spot. We were just talking about it. We were just talking about like we don't want a straight up conclusion. We want to see more action here. We almost just got it, by the way. At least one of the worst case scenarios here, but naturally TDT, fantastic spot to be in, and of course Full Sense, they managed to try to go for a gun buy, and it looks like it's going to be 𝑅𝐴𝐴𝘒 as both teams will crash into each other, into the open plains, into the respective compound. However, this was 𝑅𝐴𝐴𝑒's home ground here. They will hold their own. They got 2 fantastic knocks, by the way, on 2 members of Full Sense. And most of them is most of their win condition, and now falls down to Flash and Tenadol to pull in the win here. And now they know they cannot go from the south side, since as one of the members of 𝑅𝐴𝐴𝑒 is currently positioned at the outskirts to deny any flanks from the north. All they can try to work with is at the back of the house here, whereas on the other side, we even see Choppers also joining in some of the action here. And suddenly out of the blue, Keith, phase 1. I didn't expect to see so much action to be happening, especially in this final phase of the map here. I guess everyone just decided, you know, no time to play safe, no time to be safe. The only danger is playing it safe. Everyone's going in full throttle, full aggressiveness for control, and Flash, he got the hit, he got the second hit as well that will lead to the knock here.
I'm pretty sure at this point Full Sense just doesn't care. It's the final game. We can bow out into the lobby and take our dinners much sooner than some. They're taking out 𝑅𝐴𝐴𝑒. It's all the top aggressive team that's just running and finding fault towards the lesser ones. But it is Full Sense that eliminates 𝑅𝐴𝐴𝑒 itself, and here they are, being able to pick up all the other members and play their aggressive ways once again with the blue chip.
That is absolutely insane. But of course, with that being said, we'd like to, of course, kudos to 𝑅𝐴𝐴𝑒 for showing us your phenomenal performance. You had some highlights, one too many rough patches, but glad to cast you here for the planes for the PGS APAC qualifier phase 2 here. Well done, everyone. In the chat, please give a round of applause for these guys. They really earned their spot here. It has not been an easy journey fighting against all these titans in their respective regional series. But you know, with that being said, coming back to the plan here, Full Sense, I'm not too worried. Like, in terms of like lacking the members, they did win out in an area with the blue beacon tower, right? So they should be able to get a full stack team shortly with a lot and more than enough loot to accommodate for the rest of the 2 fallen members. Whereas on the other side, after that crazy initial conflict with multiple squads, Keith, now we're back to this calm before the storm here.
Yeah, I mean, did you notice we were only still in phase 1?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, I thought phase 1 and final match, I thought teams was just going to be like, all right, guys, let's just play with the time, get the intel in, like how it is usually. But everyone just decided, we're going to go gun blazing. We're going to go out swinging. We want to go out brave and bold, which is exactly what I love to see, especially since this is the final match. There's nothing really much left to lose except just try to solidify yourself here. Sure, it's like you said before, Keith. Full Sense, they got nothing to lose. They're practically in the top 3s and the top 8 now, so nothing much except just a formality at this current point in time.
TDT though, that's one member from Windy Esports. So not all is lost for the side of TDT, but much is lost for the side of Windy Esports, because remember, they still need to be able to outlast all the likes of JFT and FW to really solidify the placement here. But right now, already 1 member down, and again, just to stress things out on how fast this game is, it's only phase 1. We still have another 20 seconds. And right now, with that 1 lacking of members, their aggression is definitely going to be a little bit halted, for lack of better words. But we will see where this circle closes. Now, initially, JFT now takes over the shooting range. So this is JFT's game because, number 1, they landed in Zarki. They know no teams occupy the area. Secondly, they've moved over to the shooting range, which, again, this is their playstyle, playing it safe. They don't have to worry about teams coming in from their rear. It's all front-facing. It's a frontal defense. And JFT just got potentially the best win condition served upon their plateau. But they still need to execute their right. Meanwhile, Windy picking up the points, though. Just slowly gapping their competition into the dust.
Powell comes in with a nade. He has a really great nod. What a way to secure it as well. More points. That's exactly what they like. That's exactly what they see. It's pretty much the name of the game for a lot of these guys, right? From the 6 from the 6th to the 8th place, right? Just earn points, just enough to really solidify themselves in. And naturally, JFT not too far behind. I know you talk about the position they have, and that's really great for them. But at the same time, the only reason why I don't like teams playing it safe, right, especially against this lobby of aggressive players, right, or heavy fragging teams, right, is mainly because of the fact that if you play it safe, you keep your head down most of the time, you're just giving your opponents, or at least your enemy team, an opportunity to dictate how the battle is going to be like. Which position they're going to be able to take for themselves without a fight here, and eventually surround you and choke you out of options here. That's pretty much why I don't really like teams playing too passive most of the time here, especially with teams which I know, or at least in the past, they have the capability to just really go gun blazing here. But regardless, for now, Savage Man Esports, JFT, they got a nice small compound for their own here. They did slowly reconvene out from the mountainous area here, especially since they noticed how the circle's been shifting. Still playing around the edges, don't want to get to the center too early here, just in case they might be peppering it out by one too many teams here. It's too what's the term for this? It's too unorthodox right now. Sorry, it's too volatile to go to the center part of the circle right now, because you just don't know how the situation might just turn out here. And speaking of which, looks like 𝘏𝑗𝐿𝑒 and 𝘏𝑗𝑥i also going to be knocked out by both members of Buriram here. The team tries to go out with a bang. Looks like they were able to retaliate and trade things back, Keith. Although it's still going to be a 1v3 scenario.
Yeah, Buriram picking up those free kills. Again, it's only solidifying their position. They're super comfortable, dude. 20 points ahead from second place. Really, they can even go down early in this game and still not be waived from their first position. But it will be Shadow Esports who bows out first. Okay. Heard a little bit of the beep there. Meanwhile, Full Sense. Tank in the blue. With two members at the very least, the entirety of Buriram and SP is tanking majority of that blue, but thankfully it's only phase 2 for the time being. Again, it's eyes onto the 4, who's been pretty quiet for the time being, which might not be a bad thing.
Oh yeah.
Let's take a look at the position. Armory Gaming, they've crossed through the bridge over in Rozhok itself. And with that circle shifting downwards, now maybe JFT and Windy might have to duke things out in rotation into circle.
That is also a pretty painful shift as well, right? Because a lot of teams, someone were expecting it, especially with the flight path that they have. Since it persisted towards the southeastern side, a lot of teams that was previously in the north side of the circle here will have a lot more of a run-in with each other here. Sure, it's phase 3. You can still tank out the blue and make a little bit more of a rotation down to the west, into the south. That seems like a bit of a better chance here. But then again, you have your back against the waters here. So that's a little bit of, I guess you could say, a little bit of assurance of the fact that, okay, no one's going to be able to rear-end you or the third party you from that respective directions here. Other than that, it looks like teams not really making any headway to the circle just yet. Especially this is Erangel, right? At the center currently, it feels a little bit too volatile. You're not too sure of the scenario here. Playing edges seems to be the way to go, and that has always been the common play as well as the common style on the map of Erangel 2 here. Play on the edges, especially this is a team, especially Team Flash, is pretty confident with their frag capabilities as well. So they don't mind playing edge control, securing as much wins as much as possible. We do see one of the members of Aurora, Akira, making landfall at the same time, back into the scene to best support the team once again here. A couple of tags from long Axe here, so at least that intel is currently transmitted in here. But at the same time, Shadow Esports, thank you guys so much, man. Really showcasing that Indo pride, really showcasing your persistence from Master Series all the way here to the play-ins. Really great to have you guys. But that's going to be the end for their run here. They're going to be able to have a great rest. And currently just witness who's going to be the top 8 team to move to the finals.
Yeah, I can't wait for that conclusion as well, because as long as these two teams stands, I'm talking about Windy and JFT, that line is going to be blurred, but maybe Team Flash has got something to say about it. If not for FFL, who just crashed within the vicinity here. The Team Flash, they're looking to push onto Windy. They're leaving behind all their trucks. This could be a bad thing here. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 might need to get those cars and make the rotation if they're really going to overcommit onto Windy. He's got 3 lines for the time being, but T-Dye, they're almost encasing the members from Windy itself. Meanwhile, Sharpa Esports Thunders is another factor to consider here. He's done so much for his team. But back onto this match here, this confrontation. Oh, T-Dye spots out a hit, taps it a little bit, that sets it up, but that E-Pod, he gets knocked out by the nade. Another member down. Immediately they're calling their exits. They cannot take more losses. They understand that, but he will go down too. T-Dye gets onto Sapao and now leaving only 1 member left for Windy. Surely they have to keep that 1 member alive. If they go down, that's going to show up as a banner in the kill feed, and that's going to alert the likes of JFT to be on an uproar right now. JFT also within this area here has to play a bit safe. NHE, again, a team that they can most definitely surpass here. Only 108 points. That's 10 points apart. Very doable within a single game, but they have to execute down to the wire.
𝐿𝐻𝐿 Esports has not been as flashy compared to some of the things that we've been seeing like Full Sense or Buriram, but they have been steadily increasing their points, whether is it by a significant amount or just a steady climb at each and every match. They rarely leave around with a donut points here majority of the time. So right now we do see Full Sense make their way as they claw in to try to get dominance on this the north side of the hills of the shooting range side. They know there's going to be an incoming team. Then they comes in, spots no one, which by the way, majority of the members of 𝐿𝐻𝐿 is currently on the outside of the hill here, while the remaining is currently within the bunker itself. Try to prepare step by step as they scale to prepare to flush out their invaders here. It's not going to be an easy one, as 𝐿𝐻𝐿 Esports, they have their policies. Don't take a fight head on if they're not too confident with it. So they choose to fall back and also buy the necessary amount of time.
Yeah, they're over in bunker. I would not take that gamble. They probably have that place set up even before you did. They will drop the Claymore there instead. I'm not sure if the environment will interact, and that would shut the bunker clean. But right now, the blue zone grenade, there's a C4 there as well. Should they look to leave? Would they clip at least on the vehicles? They will take out the vehicles. That's a smart play, and that would mean that they're going to have to run exposed within the blue. So Full Sense, that game sense right there, absolutely ruthless. And now Dimasti from the backlines gets onto Icon, but Buriram United is the ones who will bow out to the likes of Icon.
Shout out to Buriram, well done. Cause so many great games, so many highlights that you have been giving us so far in the plays here. So have a good rest, buddy. You're definitely going to that top 8 for sure, that top spot here. Full Sense on the other hand, not having the best of time, because it's also Windy is also going to be joining into the fight as well. And much earlier on, just now with Team Flash, good call with actually engaging them, sieging them without encroaching them with the vehicles, because it'll be a little too loud and might actually alert members of Windy with their incoming approach here. So really good call. Could have really wiped out the entire squad. One still remains, and try to go with a similar tactic to what JFT did in the last match, which is just try to lurk their way in here. But then again, this is the last round here, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to sneak or at least deny some of the members into the circle here, as currently JFT is pretty much the only team within the lines of sight with the remaining member of Windy Esports here. Could be a very costly and painful one. Whereas on the other side, FW Esports, Iconic just won a very massive battle, by the way. So the momentum and morale is at an all-time high for this team here. FW Esports, they're just taking in nature, taking in all the audio cues here. And I don't think Iconic actually suspects that there's a team at the southern side.
Probably not. FW Esports has been playing relatively safe, understanding that they too have a chance, but they're going to have to make that chance work for them, which means take out some of these members. That's going to give points up to their way. Spots out Chopper, will get him immediately. Transfer sprays onto another member behind a rock, gets 2. That grenade right there, just a splash, but not fatal just yet. Jaime and Porsche's now left from Iconic. Shoot on their way, but then again, we've got members coming in from FS. who's also from FL actually. Team Flash now picking up points of their own. They're already within the top 3. But look at the leaderboard. It just became so possible for the likes of JFT. NHG, they bleed out to the blue at 108 and they're stuck there. There's a benchmark to surpass. And Windy also at 109, but look, only one member. The gates are swung open, JFT. They just need about like 6, 7, 8 kills and a placement point, and you're good. They need only 11 points to make sure that they're in the top 8.
Oh, dude, but 6, 7, 8, 9. He could be the sole reason JFT will not have that chance at all. As he slowly claws their way close to prepare the ambush there for the back line. Whereas on the other hand, FFL, once again being an absolute mess, but oh no! Before even Windy could even unveil his surprise, looks like he got spotted out by Full Sense here and instantly removed from play. But that's fine.
Oh no.
Windy is ahead of NHE. JFT just needs to achieve enough points and he'll be in the top 8. He doesn't even have to worry about Windy anymore here. Because only
NHG... say they can't go down though. They can't go down right now, Full Sense. They've not accumulated enough points here for JFT. They've lost one member, but they're retaliating, all thanks to SB as well from the high grounds. JFT looks to push, but he was priming a nade. Come on, JFT, they needs to transfer. They won that argument at the very least. Full Sense has been eliminated, so JFT can look to pick up. They're still playing in the game. They got 2 points, and it's all waving their way. They're the only contender left, and JFT gets circle privilege as well. They're the only ones to do it. FW Esports is tanking the blue, but they've not made enough points to try and make headway, so really, all the hopes and dreams of the rest of APAC lies on the shoulder from this Oceania squad. It's JFT.
But the best part about it as well, in their northern position, they're not easily spotted out by any team. Even if TDT were to push forward, Sharper Esports will be spotted first, and both of these two teams will try to keep each other in check. It is only currently that we see Jedi, and of course is Colosia, who was drawn in from the initial fight between FS and JFT here. So, but then again, I don't think Sharper Esports want to tangle with them in a ditch of a positioning here. It's pretty uneven with barely any cover here. So they are going to be relocating with a better hillside. So at least that way they can actually just pretty much just bob their head in and out. Just do a little dry picks here at a more safer dry pick compared to where their initial spot was, pretty near to JFT here. JFT just got out from quite of a mixer of their own here, coming back with 4 members strong. Now you see Sharper Esports slowly positioning towards the north side, and that's going to be 𝘓𝑓𝑙𝑎 to here to see if they can spot out anyone else. And PV is still playing at a very steep part of that hill, whereas the rest of the squad, it looks like TDT was found out here and removed away. We're slowly dwindling down to our final 4 here. Top 5 remaining here, and FW Esports, naturally, they're trying to duke it out here as they also want a piece of that pie. Look at how close the point differential, Keith. 1 point, 3 points. That's insane.
They're 5 points away. Make that 6 just to solidify it in case of, like, you know, chicken dinner favoritism or something like that. That may keep them below. They just need 6 points, and we all know 6 points is second place. They could look to get a couple of kills and maybe bow out much sooner and it'd still be good and call it a day. But right now, JFT, the hopes of the region, top 4. Now you've got the 4 points from the placement already confirmed, but it's still not enough. You still need 3 more. Get the 3 more, or I think 2 more would be the bare minimum. And then you just pray that aggregate doesn't go your way. I mean, does go your way. I believe they've got 2 chicken dinners at the very least, so maybe they have an edge up against the team that's NH. No, NHG has 3 chickens, so they can't walk off with a tie. They really can't.
Dude, it's a scenario where JFT, they can't afford to be overly aggressive. They still need to be pretty silent about it. This is the one time you need to be playing the lurker role. Sure, you can have that one member to do the dry picks, because you still need to get a rough idea of any other teams. you need to make sure no one is trying to get ahead of you in terms of positioning and trying to flush you out here. Meanwhile, Team Flash slowly making headway towards the edges here, and I believe they're eventually going to be finding some of the members of suspect. They did spot the car, but not the player there. 𝘏𝑝𝑑ish doesn't know someone's there, they just know there's a vehicle here. So suspect knows for a fact, okay, I heard an audio cue, I saw gunfire, there's going to be someone currently on our right hand side. This bottom 3 teams currently at this south side of this circle, let me tell you something, JFT is praying. They are praying their hardest at the fact that please start a fight, don't involve us, forget us, take this fight head on, because we just want to get the placement and then hopefully clean up with whatever players that's currently left in the picture here.
Funny you said that. I'm currently praying. If you could see my face towards the webcam right now, I just breathe a sigh of relief with this new circle. And now these teams will have to take each other out first. As you mentioned, Armory Gaming, 𝐾𝐿 gets onto 𝘏𝑝𝑑ish from Team Flash. A crucial pickup in that. And now it's going to be bloodbath here. Look at JFT. They're moving in. They're trying to get some of these pickup. They only need 3 kills. Remember that 3 is the number they have to beat unless they survive a bit further into displacement. If they get in onto the 2nd place, I think they might have done it, but right now JFT, they're not taking that for chances. They're moving in onto Team Flash, coming from the rear end here. Really, can they make it work? JFT now right behind the B-Light there and the backstab. But I think they understand it. Team Flash, they know they're tossing smokes and flashes onto their way. Don't want to overcommit this suspect. Play this one patiently and play it right. The nades are coming in though. 𝘐𝑚 gets knocked out in the back lines and now it's a 3v3. They're falling like flies. They needed the 3 kills, but they're paying that price. JFT, they bow out too soon. They get nothing. Just when they had the golden opportunity, those doors slammed right onto their faces.
Oh no, but you know what? They had placement points. We just need to see later on when we checked out the thing as well. Since it's only updating based on kills, right? So we'll see with the placement will it still be enough. However, focusing on the matter at hand, Team Flash, 14 kills by the way. That's a ridiculous amount. They have been fighting from hook and by crook. They will not give up this fight this easily. In this final 2v3, Team Flash trying to play around with the edges of the smokes here. Eventually it's going to dissipate away, especially the smokes on the right side. They have a rough idea of one member that's currently 𝘏𝑝𝑑ish, but he gets spotted out instantly from ahead into a knock and down on his knees. 1 member remain, and that's going to be the last remaining member of Team Flash. It is 1v3. 𝐷𝐿𝑝𝑒 Esports, they are flooding in. They're converging all around him, and that's going to be our winner chicken dinner. It's 𝐷𝐿𝑝𝑒 Esports for a final match of K3.
No one would have ever doubted them. 𝐷𝐿𝑝𝑒 Esports once again. We've seen at least 4 chicken dinners now. I could be wrong, but they've been under the highlights for far too many times for us to keep the count. The boys who's always dressed sharp. It's 𝐷𝐿𝑝𝑒 Esports. Good in the gun, good in the game sense, teamwork, second to none. And here they are at the final match of the play-ins. They could not have ended themselves any better than with this high. And with that one, here comes the highlight.
What a way to conclude our final match of the night here. It was just constant back and forth here. Players was on their feet. The fans, us, we were on our feet as we were just looking at how the score was constantly fluctuating within the leaderboard. And by the way, that was all the points that we saw was not inclusive with the placement from that last round. Yeah, so it was just practically just kills constantly being added as real time as quick as possible here. So it just got really back and forth. But I can tell you this right now, the team that was really sweating buckets while watching this live broadcast was definitely clearly 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 𝐻𝑒sports. 108 points. They bowed out early. They were the gatekeepers here. So they were just pretty much, while we were praying for everyone's success, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 was also pretty much praying on their own. Please do not succeed. Please fall. Because if not, they almost lost their chance. Although we're not too sure yet. It was pretty close. We haven't really came into with the addition of the placement points yet. JFT did came in third place. So that's an additional 5 points. So we'll see the total leaderboard, or we'll see the match leaderboard first, then the total leaderboard, then to see where do our teams really stand. I know you also, Keith, you also mentioned about the tiebreaker, right? If we do end up in a tie.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I've been pulling my hairs out, dude. So when it went back to us, my hair was all over the place because of this.
Still looks pretty good, by the way.
Heart-wrenching game. Now that's because I tucked it back for a second. But anyways. This game was so heart-wrenching. The win condition was lined up so specific for the likes of JFT to take things over. Now, we still need to see what the overall is going to be, right? But obviously, we can't help but to do a little bit of math on our own accord, right? Yeah. Unfortunate for the likes of NHE, Full Sense was there. They kept them in a bunker, destroyed all vehicles, and they were just hanging in the blue until eventually they went out. So they didn't make much of a progress. They were 108 when the game started. They were 108 when the game ended. And they were probably sweating buckets because for JFT, all they needed was, at a certain point, was I think 6 total points. So that's placement or kills, whichever that may be. Because if they get 5, they would have tied with NHE, and NHE has got 3 chickens, which might give them the aggregate of scoring. I'm not too sure at what number did JFT bowed out. That's what we're waiting right now. That's what this whole suspense is. But if I was JFT, I don't know how I'm going to take the news if I found out I was ever draw or 1 point away. I don't know which is worse at this point.
Actually, wait, hold on. NHE only got 1 chicken dinner. If we're just talking about the 2 nights, right? Not tonight, just the 2 nights, right? NHE has 1 chicken dinner. JFT has 2 chicken dinners. So, but you know, like I said, don't want to get anyone hopes up. We just need to see the board. We haven't even concluded if we actually did get to the tiebreaker in the first place as well. But dude, it has been quite the journey for a lot of these guys. It's very cool, especially to see some of the top teams in the Thailand and the Vietnam region meeting up with the rest of APAC as well, going head to head in this top 16 lobby here for the planes as well. Dude, it's been one hell of a ride here. It's been quite the roller coaster too here. Although I know some people, especially some of the fans, they're wondering like how did such a team actually ended up here in the top 16 the play-ins. But hey, you know, there's also other monsters that are currently in the midst, right? There's like Force Natural Gaming, there's also the 𝐏𝐵𝐻𝐻 as well. That's currently, by the way, waiting for our top 8 in the finals of the APAC qualifier. That's also another Wait, I have to hop in
right here. You might be right. I just scrolled back. I remember them as chicken dinner, just maybe because they got so much points in day number 1 in the first 2 games. But it's not a chicken finish. It was a 3rd place finish with an absurd amount of kills. So JFT
That's what I'm saying.
might actually did it.
No, but we have to see the total leaderboard, because that we were talking on the premises on if it was a tie. If it was a tie, we weren't too sure what's the current total now. So we have to see the total leaderboard later on here. But with that being said, this is going to be the post-match here on how the players was doing in the last round of our match here. Not as much total amount of damage because of how the circle's been shifting. It's been pretty awkward for a lot of these guys because it's been pretty much shifting from the north. Suddenly went down south, then it went down west. So all these guys has been doing a lot of rotation, a lot of movements. So so couldn't really find as much kills as they like to find. But of course, with that being said, our man of the match is going to be 𝐴𝐻𝐻 here, naturally on point, the anchor for the team, the pillar of support when the team feels dire. I believe he was also the one that was able to clutch out the final round for actually to really revive back the rest of the team in one of the few earlier phases that we had in our final match here. But other than that, what a really great game.
It's an amazing game. This is the one that keeps you on the edge of your seat, always on your toes, and man, I don't even know why we're going through all these numbers. The weight is killing me. Sure, Team Flash, you did a good job. Likewise, 𝐷𝐻𝐵 Esports, same full sense. JFD, now you're the ones under the microscope. We're finding out. We are absolutely curious on how you perform. Oh, we did break into the new record though. Things to point out here. Team Flash with the 15 kills and the 2.3k damage that's been dished out.
I was gonna
highest
tell you,
we've seen in the play-ins. Yeah.
Actually, no, like yeah, for highest kills maybe, but for the total amount of damage, the highest that we've seen so far was actually 2,600. No, this is match leaderboard. Match leaderboard. Calm down.
Yeah, but 7 points.
Woo! 7. Wait, no, wait, hold on. 7 points. How much did they have? Did they have 103 or 102 just now? I can't remember. It's but the one time I need my memory to be crystal clear is not working out for me. Oh no. You know what? Never mind. We're about to see our total leaderboard soon. We're about to see our total leaderboard.
Hold on. 108 was the number to beat. They
Yes,
were
108.
98. They needed 10. I don't think it was enough.
We will see.
I told you.
Shying away by 3 points here. Just like that. I mean, it was also same goes for FWs, but they were also going on an absolute tear in that last round. The worst part is they were in a spot that wasn't as comfortable as JFT, where they were at the south side, right? They were duking out with Flash, 𝐷𝐻𝐻, Iconic, every other team you can see from that southern side of that circle. FW Esports was pretty much in the thick of it as well here. So, but other than that, still fantastic job coming from FW Esports. Even Iconic Esports and Shadow Esports, even at the last sprint in this final day, they also managed to claw out from their initial 13 and 14 place, coming back to that 10 and 11. It's also a fantastic progress since we're having all these massive titans in the single lobby. But with that being said, Keith, even though with the whole suspense, the craziness, the possibility, the theory crafting, we now finally have, after 3 days journey here, we finally have our top 8 to go to the finals.
I knew it to be true. I just didn't want to admit to it. But it is real now since we've seen the entire leaderboard. Think about the off chance of that situation. They were already positioned in the flank side of Team Flash. If they won that fight, they would get 3 points, which would tie them, but then also eliminate Team Flash, which would get them a placement higher. That was like literally the one thing that they had to do right in order to get it in a bag. But it's over. It's spilled milk right now.
Yeah.
Lactose intolerant, thank God.
Oh, minorly for me. But yeah, no, the thing is, I guess the only thing that the only thing that could have been a variable would be the fact that 𝐷𝐻𝐵 Esports didn't join the fight. They weren't drawn in from the action, right? I think if they joined in alongside with AG they did join in partially, but they didn't fully commit it. They were just like, you know what? We leave it to you. You guys have the high ground. We don't want to duke it out. With you guys just said they just pretty much just dry picking, right? So if they kept it going, oh dude, then it must have been pretty crazy, dude.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the teams who are finalized into the final stage here. Congratulations, I bet, to the new 8 teams that have gone through from the play-in itself. Buriram United, Full Sense, 𝐷𝐻𝐵 Esports, Team Flash, TDT, Armory Gaming, Windy Esports, and Newhouse Esports. Now, I'm going to say one thing, and that is towards Windy and Newhouse Esports. You survived it just by the scathe of it. I want to see you take it and run and really drive it. Drive a point comes in the final stage and prove why you were the deserving victors to be here. You did it already in a play-in, but man, it's not convincing enough.
You know, you say this, and then suddenly out of the blue, you're hyping them out, but then when they check out the list of the finals, there's like Forest Natural Gaming, the Expendable, then Cameras and E-Arena. There's like so many even more crazier titans in that pool, man. It's gonna be quite a difficult journey to succumb, but of course, naturally, this is exactly what it's all about. PUBG APAC is all about, right? We're looking for the best of the best. These guys know exactly what they sign up for, and they're looking to see to represent and of course winning out to go towards that international here. But Keith, then again, I would like to say kudos and a big round of applause and congratulations to the teams. Even though you guys didn't make it to the finals, but you did show us one hell of a game. All of your effort, we saw all your spirits in this tournament. It has been absolutely fantastic so far.
Yeah, I guess with that, we have concluded the entire run for the weekend's play-ins. Don't forget to catch more from the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 2, because this isn't the end of the run.
Oh, yeah.
Next week, that's the final stage. That's where we'll determine who gets into PGS 9 and 10. But right now, Lennon and myself, we're going to have to bow out. It's been a long day, and I'm going to sulk in a corner for disappointment. Wave the flag for APAC, but now we still have two of our champions there in the final stage. So we'll look forward to that one. Bye-bye, guys. Have a great evening. Rest well. Cheers.
Calentura pura, chula, te prende el fueguito, el disco en la tula. Le explote en la pista, nunca te quita, tú me castigas. Party, después para el after party, nuestros labios Bacardi, te vuelve super natty, ey. Pues vamos pa'l party, guayando todo el tiempo, agindar todo el cuerpo, un piquetazo lento.
Raw like tartar, saucy and drizzled up passata. I can be a coach like Carter. If you got the fee, we can barter. I got the pack that you need for a starter. Rebel, not a martyr. Truth is, nah, they can't dribble like me. It's Janset, baby, know what I mean. Little spice in the scene, and we break it down, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, make it go up and down scene. Rocker that we drink is better than the lean. Flow's got me feeling like it's feeling like a fiend. In the fire in the belly, yeah, lips full of steam. Vibe is mental, know what I mean. Eyes looking mean, you know what I mean. Handle the flow, you know what I mean. Yeah, now it's looking keen.
Muévelo como tembleque, baila como triple, nalga piquete. Un bechori, baby, estamos al garete. Una muñequita, pero no es un juguete. Party, guayando todo el tiempo, agindar todo el cuerpo, un piquetazo lento. Dale, Jen.
Vibe is mental, know what I mean. Eyes looking mean, you know what I mean. Handle the flow, you know what I mean. Yeah, nobody's looking keen.
Calentura pura, chula, te prende el fueguito, el disco en la tula. Le explote la pista, nunca te quita, tú me castigas. Party, después pa'l after party. Nuestros labios Bacardi te vuelven super natty. Pues vamos pa'l party, guayando todo el tiempo. A rindar todo el cuerpo, un piquetazo lento.
Raw like tartar, saucy drizzled up passata. I can be a coach like Carter. If you got the fee, we can barter. I got the pack that you need for a starter. Rebel, not a martyr. Truth is, nah, they can't dribble like me. It's Jan set, baby, know what I mean. Little spice in the scene, and we break it down, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, make it go up and down scene. Rocker that we drink is better than the lean. Flow's got it feeling like a fiend. And the fire in the belly, yeah, lips full of steam. Vibe is mental, know what I mean.